Well, well, well. It's Friday. Happy days. And today, I want to start again. I know. But Callum, you're always starting again. That's true. And our last run, we could have theoretically pushed it to the end date. We could have. We definitely could have. But I feel like most of that time would have just been trying to manage loyalty. Hello, Badger. I'm glad that you enjoy the restarts. I'm never sure, like... I was like, oh, I really want to restart as Tairona today. And then I was thinking, oh, but what if people are, like, thinking the run's going really well and they want to see how it ends? And then I thought, nah, fuck it. That run is dead. That run is totally dead. Totally dead. So, we're going to start again. I learnt a lot about Vassals. Hello, Viper. I learnt a lot about Vassals. You know what killed our last run? It was annexing Monpodge. That really killed the run. It really killed it. Or rather, the combination of annexing Monpodge and then releasing it again. That caused us a lot of problems. And I only did it to get like 100,000 extra population. It totally wasn't worth it. Yes, correct, Viper. Absolutely correct. I did learn about succession. How it's really handy for making fiefdoms. However, I also learned something very interesting. So you have your vassals, right? And you have your fiefdoms. And the power, you know where it's like... Ah, yes, exactly. And we don't need humanism. Although I think in the early game we might need it. To core those provinces. Although coring doesn't really matter in the early game. Shit, I was on a train of thought and then I got distracted. Shit, what was it? I can't remember. Oh yeah. So, you know how the loyalty is like combined strength of all vassals? There's also a different loyalty, which is combined strength of all fiefdoms. Which means you kind of want half and half, right? You want half to be fiefdoms and half to be vassals. So that those... Yeah, exactly. The power versus overlords are compared separately. That's exactly it. So you kind of want a 50-50 split. But I'm curious how tributaries pull into that. I also think I should be enabling scootage on a bunch of them. Because scootage is like... They don't have to join your wars. Now, it doesn't say they can't join your wars. But it says they don't have to join your wars. Right? But you get 25% extra income from them. Which is good, because that extra income would also stop them from getting too powerful. Well, yeah, totally. You want a 50-50 split power-wise, but not number-wise. So ideally, like, your strongest vassals, you want, like, one of them. If you've got two, you want one of them to be a fiefdom or whatever. Anyway, while we're discussing all this stuff, I should really be trying to roll a decent leader. Now, I think I will annex Monpodge. I think I will. Because, I think we need to... I want to be more aggressive. I really want to be more aggressive. Like, I think I'm going to switch up my settling strat as well. We definitely do want to go down into the Andes. Definitely. But I also... I don't know what priority that takes. Because instead of going down to the Andes, we go down to the Andes, right, to stop them from settling this coastline. But the alternative to that is we take this coastline, right? So that they can't even get to the Andes. And I think that might be the better play. Like, instead of blocking them off down here, which is important, block them off here so that they can't even get across here to take this stuff. You know? Yeah, we do need to make at least one tributary so that we can at least see how they work. So I think we might want to expand up here. Because that would also get us a bunch of vassals up here, which would be really useful if we want to declare on, like, the Maya, you know? Because the problem is, when we've got all our vassals centered down here, they don't really have enough ships to come and help. And we can't let them on our ships. So I think we need some vassals up here to kind of take over this. There's also the option... I went military focus pretty much every time on that last run. I think there was 2 that I didn't. But the rest of them I all went military focus. I think I took any that had subject loyalty, but apart from that, I went military focus. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. He's pretty good for the early game. Not very good diplomacy, but that might be less important. What are his kids like? That's an important question. Okay, she's probably going to be a genius. His kids are okay. Except that these aren't going to be able to be rulers, eh? Which is a shame, because she's going to be really, really good. Unless we change our succession type early on. Which we could do. Because the strat is... when you create a new vassal, in an ideal world, you make your heir be the ruler of that realm, if you want to fiefdom it. I think we'll go with this one. It's so tempting to bring this down. Or bring this down. Just because they get so much. Did they buff that? I'm sure that used to be 20%. Maybe it was always 25%. Maybe I'm thinking of discipline. They get such obscene buffs. They're really obscene buffs. But my pride won't let me lower it, so we'll just have to live with it. Ooh. There's no satisfaction on winning on a lower difficulty. Anyway. Right. We should actually... first thing we should do is look at our values and see which ones we do actually care about. Now, I was going to try... I was going to keep spiritualist, and I was going to try converting people's religion instead of their culture. Because that's not limited by control as much, I think. Maybe it is. We want decentralization, for sure. So we want decentralization. We want innovative. Yeah, we definitely want innovative. We want this to be in the middle. We actually want this to be directly in the middle. Vibe says, the thing is, you always play on hardest difficulty, but you also add your own challenges on top. Are you talking about me not becoming a monarchy? Yeah, you are. I knew it, man. As soon as I read that, I was like, this is a dig on me not becoming a monarchy, eh? No, but tribes are really strong. That's not adding my own challenge. Tribes are really strong. Never forget, tribal vassals use up 25% of the diplomatic capacity. That's pretty damn good if you want loads of vassals. And tribal vassals aren't even shit. You know? So yeah, I think for aristocracy versus plutocracy, I think we want it directly in the middle. Like, straight 0-0. Now, free subjects versus serfdom. It's a tough one, because maximum tax for peasants' estate does add up. But as we learnt last time, we don't really care about tax. Although, I was thinking this time, maybe we should care about tax. We should care about vassals and tax. But free subjects is pretty trash, now that I'm looking at it. It's pretty trash. Free subjects sucks ass. This man you Pillars of Eternity 2, those challenges in it were brutal. Yeah, man, they really were. I mean, we did Triple Crown, which was hard enough. But then the other ones, where you do all of them, yeah, that was too much for me. But the only reason that was too much for me is because there was only like 1 or 2 builds that could actually do it, which is lame, you know? I think putting the time limits in there was too much. I really think the time limits was too much. I think if they had had that big constellation challenge or whatever it was called, the time limits are the ones that fuck you up. That's right. There's one where like an NPC follows you around and you got to keep them alive. See, I don't mind stuff like that, but the time limits, like, you have to do it all as fast as possible. It's like, come on, man. That's taking it too far, I think. Now, I always go conciliatory here. I always go conciliatory. Belligerent gets you spy network. These two just don't really matter. Not really. I do like efficiency of cabinet, so I think we stick with conciliatory. Here I always go quality. And I think that's the right call. Although possible frontage is nice. And I don't really know what army initiative does. Oh, I see. I see. Say if it doesn't matter, let it be as it will. Yeah, true, true. For this one, I don't actually care which one it is. I mean, the Diplo reputation is theoretically nice because it gets you trust. But it doesn't really matter. Both of these are good. What does it say? It says, for initiative, it says... Initiative is the chance that a regiment will engage during the combat phase. So you know when combat starts, sometimes our guys just don't start fighting. For a while. I think that's what initiative is. So the higher your initiative is, the faster they will actually join the fight. Which is super important. It's actually super important. Because if they don't start the fight, then the ones who have started the fight just get overwhelmed. So I think initiative is really important. So I think quality is definitely the key. And the only downside of quality is maintenance, and we don't care about that, really. Yeah, I think having a smaller but more elite force is more important as well. That's why I don't really use levies. Now, I always go defense. But then I haven't actually been defending very much, eh? So we should probably go offensive because it's got assault ability, siege ability, movement speed. Yeah, we should totally go offensive. We should definitely try and push towards offensive. Offensive reduces fort maintenance as well, which is weird. You would think defensive would do that. Oh, it does. Just not as much. That's weird. Fort maintenance is in both of them. No, wait. What? Whatever. Point is, we should go offensive. That movement speed is important. The assault ability is important. Siege ability is not as important, because I just assault the fortresses immediately. You lose like 2,000 troops, but generally speaking, it's the right call. Land versus naval. I always go land, but I think naval is better. I honestly think naval is better. Although that trade range over land for getting tin is pretty brutal. I was actually thinking about moving the capital down here. I don't know, though. That's like a late game decision. And then traditional economy is good because it gets you population cap. And it gets you raw materials output. And the only downside is building cost, which doesn't really matter. And capital... I mean, production efficiency is nice. Bank interest is kind of pointless. Yeah, I think traditional is better. And then communalism, I like communalism because of that pops join rebels threshold. Individualism gets you more army bonuses. I think in the late game you could switch to individualism. Once you've got like a bunch of laws and research that increase your estate satisfaction equilibrium. But I think early game communalism is better. So, what we really want to do is stop this from pushing towards centralization. Speed up innovative. Try and get this aristocracy pushing the other way, which means giving the traders some stuff. Pushing towards serfdom a little bit. And trying to get towards offensive. Yeah. Cool. So with those in mind, early game, you pretty much have to pick food production. Then... you know about the event where locations request seats in Parliament? What does that mean? I don't actually know, if I'm honest. I don't actually know. We'll give them tribal cabinet for decentralization. Yeah, I don't actually know. I always say no, but I don't actually know what it does, them having a seat in Parliament. Are there any other tribe ones we want? I mean, maybe land rights. Let's give them land rights. And then commoners. Common militias is good, but we don't need it early on. Commoners allowed in cabinet would be nice. Communal lands reduces noble power and gives decentralization. Let's do that. Maybe hover the word seat in Parliament if it shows up. Maybe it explains it. Yeah. We always do free mobility. I don't know if we need it. I'm not sure we need free mobility, but it's only plus 20% power. And the commoners never have power anyway. But it does reduce the noble satisfaction significantly. Partial yield is good, but it takes us towards free subjects. Let's think about that. Now for the traders, we want something for plutocracy. I don't think I'm going to bother with burghers allowed to build roads, you know. I just don't think I'm going to bother with it. They never build them anyway. Formal guilds gives you plutocracy, but it doesn't give you anything else. This one's really nice, development grants. We want that development, eh? We need to try and not get plagued. That's an important thing as well. Don't get plagued. Now the clergy, if we're going towards spiritualist, that's pretty good because it means we could actually get a bunch of clergy stuff. I think pop conversion speed is probably important because we're going to be converting via religion. Efficiency of cabinet gives... Yeah. Big fan of efficiency of cabinet. We can get 7 more. We don't want to hand out too many. Do I even care much about crown power? No, I really don't. I really don't. I could not care less about crown power. I would rather keep people happy so that we get more tax off them. You know? I just feel like there's nothing else here that I really care about. I guess religious admin is okay. It's pretty cheap in terms of power. It makes them happier. It gets us a minimal amount of stability, but it also gets us some communalism. Let's give them religious admin. That's all we're giving the clergy. And then the chieftains. Well, let's have a look at our values. So, it's not going to head towards centralization. That's good. It's going to head towards innovative. That's good. It's going to not head towards humanist. That's good. Aristocracy still needs fixing. We're going to have to give the traders some plutocracy stuff. It's heading towards serfdom very slowly, which is actually fine for now, because in the early game, free subjects is quite nice for that food consumption. But I don't mind it going slowly towards serfdom for now. It's slowly heading towards quantity still. But I think we need to use laws for these ones. These two. These 3. Economy's fine. Communalism's fine. So really we just need to fix plutocracy now. And ideally, try and get more innovative faster. Yeah. But I don't think there's much in the chieftains to actually do that. Chieftains are annoying because it always gives aristocracy. Let's get nobility controlled serfdom. That one's good, but it gives them 100% crown power. We can't do that. Let's get efficiency of the cabinet. And I don't want to give too many to the nobles, because they actually spike quite a lot. I think that's all we give them. Cool. Now for our religious aspect. Later on we want it to be the death deity. Or the war deity. Probably the death deity. Or the fire deity. But early on, I mean, I always say it, and it's always true. Early on, the Earth deity just wins out. Although the fertility deity, actually. I'm going to try the fertility deity. Because we don't keep much land for ourselves, eh? So increased population growth is actually super important. Let's go with admin educations for now. I don't think Diplo matters until later. Do 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 do. Research-wise, we're definitely rushing Call of the Frontier, and yeah, we'll stick with our norm. Well, yeah, we should stick with our normal start. We'll do that. Well, maybe instead of taxation, we actually want subject nations. We want subject nations pretty early. How early, though? We'll think about that once those are done. Cool. Now, normally I change a societal value. Let's just have a look at our values. Are there any we want to rush? We could use it to actually start moving towards plutocracy. That might be a valuable use of it. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. We'll Defoe. We'll start pushing towards plutocracy. At least a little bit. That's diplomacy. God, all our guys suck ass, eh? Cool. Then for our second cabinet guy, I think we develop the province. Really important that this stuff gets developed as much as possible. Last time I slacked on it. Cool. Then buildings. Last time I forgot to turn off our buildings. We don't care about our buildings being turned on until we're getting taxes, right? It's pretty important. And you never need a temple in the capital. Granaries are kind of pointless. Cool. And we could actually probably reduce food spending initially. I guess we'll see what happens if we reduce food spending. Because I want to get, I want to upgrade our food things ASAP. Speaking of which, a good way to do that is if we go to the market now. We want to trade in lumber, at least temporarily. In the early game. Because it's very important, actually. It's like hyper important. Because the Mayans, they get free lumber. Like their markets start with lumber. So we need to steal some of that lumber. Not a huge amount. Just a little bit. We'll do like 0.5. That'll get us 0.28, which should be enough to reduce the cost of our buildings. So that'll be cool. Oh shit, did I double down on that? We're not going to let the market automate itself yet. I did double down on that. That'll be fine. And then we're just going to scam money for a little bit. Is that everything? I always worry there's something we're going to have forgotten. I think that is everything. We've done trade, we've done research, we've done values, we've done cabinet, we've turned off our buildings. I think that's everything. Cool. Diplomacy. Good call, good call. We want to be stealing maps. I know there's someone down here that begins with a P. Is it the Pemen? No, the Pemen are over there. They're kind of useless, I think. Can we steal maps from them? We can. Okay, so let's spy on the Pemen. And there's somebody down here. It's a shame you can't really do this by... Well, maybe you can. Hang on, is there a diplomatic view for that? There should be a diplomacy view that lets you see the migratory tribes, eh? Geopolitics? No. There should really be one that lets you see the migratory tribes. Political. No, that doesn't show us them. Population will show us where they are, but it won't actually let us click them, right? If I go to... I don't know why it's not color coding it. I guess because we don't own it. But like, for example, we know there's a migratory tribe here. We know there is one here. They're called like the... something beginning with a C. But you can't actually see that they're here to diplo with them. There, the Queekus. The Queekus. They are a migratory tribe. Queeker people. I mean, that's a pretty jank way of doing it. You'd think there'd be a map mode where you can see where the migratory tribes are. But I just don't think there is. I really don't think there is. You'd think opinion would do it, because migratory tribes do have opinions. Or you'd think... like, I guess cultures? Primary culture? No, that doesn't show them either. Sucks, man. You have to, like... hover over them. really blows. Where's Quika? So Quika, if we hover over it, we can see primary culture of the following countries. That's how you know if they are one. It's just a shitty way of doing it. What's that search icon in the middle of the map bar? I mean... it's just another useless search functionality. Ah, the Pijaho. I think they might be the ones. Yeah. I think the Pijaho know about this stuff. And then once you get down here, you can steal off the people who are down here. So let's spy on the Pijaho. Let's also spy on the Itza. Try and get some knowledge of up here. Cool. We might be able to steal some tech as well, if we are patient. That'd be useful early on. At least it's not AI powered. Well, it might be quite nice if it was. Really? She got slow? Look, game, riddle me this. If she's so slow, which she allegedly is, how does she have god tier stats for level 8? For age 8. How does she have such god tier stats at age 8 if she's slow? Eh? Eh? It's fine, she can't be our heir anyway, but I'm just saying, that's kind of BS. Right. I was going to say we're losing money on the lumber, but that's okay. I am going to micromanage trade, yeah. Well, I'm going to micromanage it. A little differently. I'm going to micromanage it the way I've started micromanaging it. She got slow in an accident. Maybe. Yeah, I can accept that as reasoning. So I don't actually like micromanaging our trade every month anymore. But I also don't like trusting the AI. So what I tend to do is give like 0.5 to 0.7 to a bunch of stuff that I know will end up reasonably high value. And then watch it. And then tweak the values each month based on what's going down and what's going up. And it's a little bit more relaxing. Plus, I noticed it lies to you. It lies to you. So it'll tell you that you're going to get this much profit. But then you don't actually get this much profit. Hello, Dushy? Will I do other campaigns outside Americas in the future? Well, maybe. Someone was asking that in a comment on one of the videos. And I said I wouldn't mind, like, but I need to make Tairona be a great power. That's my current objective. Make Tairona be a great power. Once I've done that, my next objective would probably be have Tairona take over the world. And then, my next objective would maybe be to like start as a small place somewhere else and take everything we've learned. And it'd be so much easier, right? It'd be so much easier. Probably. Because you're so gimped starting in the Americas. It'd be like getting our training weights removed if we started somewhere else. Yeah, but what I mean is, I know the profit is per trade capacity, but it still lies even taking that into account. This number lies. This number lies. So, it says we're going to get 1.34, right? Which means next month we should have 3308, right? 33.08, according to this. Oh, look, we didn't. So it lies, right? And yes, I know, Viper, I know. Believe me, I know. But even this number lies. And this number is taking all that stuff into account, right? So if this number lies, then when you set up really cool, profitable stuff by, like, putting all of it into a high profit export, for example, it'll say, oh, you're going to make tons of money. And then it'll actually give you just like a tiny sliver of that. Just a tiny sliver. Because at the end of the month, it actually calculates, okay, this is how much you wanted to sell, but how much do they actually want of it? Which is why I've realized it's better to have kind of static trades like this that you tweak a little bit instead of constantly doing big trades, because the big trades, the UI will lie to you and you won't actually make as much money as it says you're going to make. Which is why you get weird stuff where, like, you see here, by reducing the amount that we're trading, we make more money, allegedly. Look at this, 1.2, we lower it, 1.22. So we make more money by cancelling the trades. And that seems like a really cool exploit. And for a while I thought it was a really cool exploit. Because you can do this. You can lower them all down to 0.001. And you see how much money it says we're going to make. As we decrease these, the amount of money we're going to make just keeps increasing. So for a while I thought this was a really cool exploit. Huh? But it's actually not. Because this number, the one number that you should be able to trust, lies to you. So you're better off just having some static trades and tweaking them every so often. That was my big learning over time, having played with the economy a lot. The make lots and then tweak them on a regular basis strat is the superior strat. So you just do something like that, and then we'll get a bit more wood with the remaining. Cool. And we might be able to upgrade this now. We are importing wood, which should make it cheaper. Let's give it some time. I mean, I do want gold. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, man. It lets me brag about how much I know about the economy system in this game. At least in the hyper early game. Later on, I just go, automate it, because it comes too much hassle. But early on, this is the way. Because these numbers are at least vaguely accurate because they've been going for a month, so you can mostly trust them. I was doing something. What was it? Oh, I wanted to keep an eye on the price of this, because it should be going down each month. Yeah. We'll let it go down for another month. That'll probably save us about, I don't know, another 8 gold. Yeah. We could let it go down for another month. That's as cheap as it goes. But that's a pretty good strat, right? You import lumber, and then you save like 20 gold. It's pretty good. Even though you're losing money on the lumber, you're making money overall because, you know, it takes ages to save up 10 gold. It takes like a year. Maybe more than a year. Now, for a while, these will tank. It's that one thing where these green bars have to fill up for these to become super profitable. Because the more they've got in their market, the cheaper it is to buy, which makes it more profitable. So we'll probably find that they they dip a bit, but then they'll start to grow again. Which is pretty cool. I might actually add a extra resource in here. We've got dyes, gems, amber, cocoa, marble. So we could probably add tobacco. Maybe... Nah, that's probably fine. Cool. And I will grant you, we're not going to make as much. And yes, we do need lumber for the stone RGO anyway. Which is why we do it. That's the main reason we do it, but lowering the price is like an added benefit. That must be our marketplace. Happily lose some prestige. Cool. Now they should start filling in. We might start being able to sell fruit. How much would another marketplace cost, and can you lower it? Yeah. I have done a strat in a few runs where we rush new marketplaces. It's kind of awkward though, because you have to get sand to make glass. That's the main limiting factor on that. Sand to make glass. But you can do it. It just means you've got to build like 2 extra production buildings before you can do it. And then your people start starving. So you need to prioritize the food first. But then you can spam new markets quite easily. Which is pretty good. Intelligent, huh? Okay, this kid's intelligent. That's good. Are the market villages worth it? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think market villages kind of suck ass. Because if we find them... Oh, we can't do them in there. If we find them... No, that's not ours. You have to use one of these to keep them active, right? So you have to either spend loads of stone, loads of wood, or a bunch of other stuff just to get 0.01 trade capacity. And I just don't think it's worth it. I really don't think it's worth it. I think they're garbage. You're better off just turning everywhere into towns and making a shit ton of real markets, I think. I mean, later, I guess. No, later you're not going to have any rural. I live in a post-rural world where you don't really want anywhere to be rural. And yeah, exactly, you're using labour early on. And it said it needs soldiers, right? I'm pretty sure they use a lot of food. Pretty sure. Now, we could be making more money by microing the trade. But after a certain point, it's like, you know. Would you rather spend ages microing the trade or get to the interesting part? No, P-How got seen. P-How was our important one. P-How, P-How. I'm gonna star these guys. I'm gonna start everyone that we're spying on. So in a year we can spy on them again. We can do that on what? Is that July? 1st of July next year? You were thinking it'd be cool if I kept only one province under direct control. Well, that's what I was going to do last time. But then I realised I want to build lots of ships. So you need lots of sailors. So that's why I kept this coastline as well. Initially, I was just going to do a single province. But because I wanted many ships, you need sailors. So, you know, keeping all these so that we can turn them into stuff. But for institution spread and stuff, this is actually really important. Like, just having this would be huge. So it is tempting. It is tempting. It'd mean our population would be way lower, though. That's the other risk. Our population would be tiny. So, it's a tough one to decide, honestly. I might just take 2 provinces this time. We maybe don't need the 3rd one. But I like having this one as well, Tsukima. We'll decide once we've got it, eh? No, my Itza guy got seen. I guess he's the least important. Right, so we want to steal a map of Kuitu. Cool. And then that lets us spy on these guys. And that is how... Whoops. That is how we get all our knowledge of the Andes. Can you see the non-coastal locations not keep full provinces? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We could definitely seed some of them. Like, some of them are pretty good, like these two. They're both lumber. They're pretty useful. We could theoretically seed them, yeah. Just keep the coastal stuff. I mean, arguably you could seed these as well. You could literally just keep the coast. Although it's awkward, right? It's really awkward. Because you can't create a vassal out of a single location. You can only create a vassal out of a province. So you'd have to make inland ones and then give them the coast, I guess. Which might work well, because I do want to keep the entire coast. I really would like to keep the entire coast. I think that'd be pretty good. So keeping the entire coast would be good. But you'd have to like settle here and then give them a bunch of stuff, and they'd probably be too big. It's a tricky one. But you could also create a vassal and then reclaim the coastal tiles. Maybe that's what you do. Create a vassal and reclaim the coastal tiles. That might be the play. Because you lose 20 loyalty when you reclaim a location from them. But that's not that big a deal, really. So yeah, we probably will do that. We'll let them build them up first and convert them to our culture. And then we'll probably do that, yeah. Grab the coast. Normally I do road network A to get centralization, but I don't really want centralization. Ugh. Let's just support the state. It's gonna fail, but that serfdom movement's nice. Yeah, it's gonna fail, but that's fine. I'd rather take the stability hit than lose decentralization. Although we're going to lose a little bit, I think. Maybe. Cool. That tribal cohesion is actually useful. Right, we can spy on this guy again now. Pijao. Although it's less important now. Now that we've got Garachamba. Pijao is actually less important. Yeah. Get out of here, Pijao. It's, when can we spy on them again? November. Cool. Nothing we can really do with this prestige early on. Yeah, I guess we could spy on another guy up here. Or we could spy on another guy down here. We could spy on Calva. Double down on grabbing this stuff. Alright, we should check in on the economy. Let's add... fine cloth into the mix. That one will probably need to be really lowered. Yes! Plutocracy event. Let's go. No, my Pimon guy. Stupid spies. Gonna bring that one down a bit. Bring that one down. And then we'll spend 30 on cotton. I know our trade number isn't actually changing, but that's fine. Okay. If there's anything with subject loyalty, we're taking it. That's just a fact. There is a March subject type. March. Reduced payment obligations. Well, that doesn't sound great. %. But I thought a vassal was 10%. How do I see how much a vassal is? Where do I see vassal? I really thought a vassal was 10%. That subject income is nice. See, I feel like this one, the military stuff isn't that good. Not really. It's all levy based. I think we go diplomacy. We could maybe make half of our... We could split it in threes, so we could have vassals, marches, and fiefdoms. That seems like it'd be good to have that option. Let's spy on Eats again. Should probably spy on the smaller guys, honestly. Fine cloth has run out. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do salt. Search Europedia for vassal. Yeah. Ah yes, naval strength. That classic vassal thing. Ah yes, avatars in Hinduism. That's totally vassal related. And there's nothing here about vassals. Okay, vassal. 20% of income. Interesting. I always thought it was 10. Tributary. Tributary is 20%. And manpower and sailors. Really? And you get prestige for tributaries, but you don't get it for vassals. Interesting. They're allowed to fight with each other, which is a bit sketchy. Tell you what, getting the manpower though, that's really interesting. So if we could... If we could make tributaries out of some kingdoms, some monarchies, we might be able to get manpower early on. That's an interesting thought, isn't it? If we make the guys down here, who are kingdoms, monarchies, into tributaries, they might give us manpower, which would let us explore down here earlier. Although I don't know if we'd be able to afford the 10. Wonder if that would give you 50 manpower even if they don't have any. Yeah, it's a good question, right? It's a good question. If so, that'd be really good. I'll be right back. I am back. So, one thing I'm not sure about with tributaries, though, is if you can enforce culture. Now, granted, if we're not annexing them, enforcing culture is less important. But we are probably going to want to annex a bunch of them at some point. Wonder how tributary loyalty affects them. Yeah. Me too. Me too. Yeah, I imagine tributaries have got their own group, like their own grouping. We'll have to make at least one tributary and at least one march. Yeah, it would be awesome if so. Thing is, when we make tributaries, it says they can declare war on other people. So we'll have to make sure tributaries are surrounded by non-tributaries. I did look at marches, but that was, I'll look at it again. I think they get a bunch of buffs, as opposed to us getting them. So they only give 10%, so they give half as much of our money, and they get a bunch of buffs. Not even that good buffs, honestly. It's a really bad deal. It's a really, really bad deal. They appear to be kind of garbage. Okay, we got our spy. Oh, we need diplomats. Psh, we don't really need to spy on the pizza. I don't really want to rival anyone yet. Capital's not close enough. We're just going to live with the negative effects of no rival for now. They're actually not that negative. They give us conciliatory, which is nice. I think one of the guys we were spying on got deleted. Yeah. Okay. It'd be really nice to steal some research. It's not that important early on. Nice. Let's spy on this guy. Diplo range. So we can only really spy on these guys until we get Diplo range increases. Gonna have to make sure to destroy that stone quarry, or it'll use all our wood, I think. Okay, lumber's run out. How much of it did we get? Like 30. That should be fine. Cool. Sure, that'll do. Cool. Don't let her get married. Cool. We're getting there. Can almost start settling. Did my spy get caught? Oh, he got wiped out. He doesn't exist, right? Yeah. Cool. So he's our spy for getting this stuff. Pretty sure these guys don't know any maps that we... Yeah. There was that one guy down here. Who does allegedly have maps. I don't know what maps he would have. With 33. Fine. Secret maps. We can use this to get our law change. Ah, but I don't care about humanist anymore. Okay. Cool. Secret maps, yeah. I don't know what maps they are, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have maps for down here. I've spied on him before. Maybe he has the Caribbean maps, that'd be okay. I don't care about this passing, really. Where's that guy's stone? Yeah, nice try, buddy. Trying to use all our wood? I don't think so. Sharing is caring. Cool. Nice. Right. Time to settle the frontier. Now here's a thought I had, right? Normally, I settle Magdalena first, which makes a lot of sense. It gets us our stone, it gets us our wood. It's pretty good. But we could settle Mompodge first. And then settle Mompodge into Magdalena. No, it's a bad idea. Let's just settle the way we usually do. True, but they actually, in the latest patch, they changed it so that it doesn't tank your pop anymore. Now it takes a percentage instead of taking 1,000 every month. Which I don't like as a change. I really don't like it as a change. But now it takes like a percentage. So the less troops you've got, the less people you've got, the less it moves over. Which works quite nicely later. But in the early game it kind of blows. Because you want to hollow places out to core them, right? Like it takes us forever, actually forever, to core these 4 provinces or locations. It really sucks. But fortunately, coring them doesn't actually matter that much. Because we don't care about money from these places, really. We just care about the resources being available. And coring doesn't affect that, really. So it's mostly fine. Oh look, he's a free thinker, that's nice. That research bonus is pretty awesome. We're settling the frontier like a year early. That's pretty good. So we're probably fine for food now. Probably. So if we're fine for food, we could think about getting more markets. Potentially. See how our stabilized income is gradually climbing. It's pretty good. This is actually a tough one. I kind of want all 3. Curse you, beeswax, totally. But once we make Mompodge into a vassal, we can get the beeswax there, no? They'll make it for us. No. Okay, quick, spy on this guy. This is the guy who I don't actually know what maps he's got. Mayan maps. See, it's so stupid. Why does this guy have Mayan maps, but he doesn't have maps of, like, literally right next to him? It's really stupid. He literally lives right here. And he knows about here, but he doesn't know about here. Makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I think they just didn't want us to be able to go and settle Brazil prior to the dudes showing up. So nobody knows about Brazil. Literally nobody knows about Brazil. Even though that makes no sense. It sucks. Let's spy on these guys. Maybe these guys know about Brazil? I don't think they do. He's a hobbyist Mayan map collector. Yeah, I guess so. guess so. I'm not sure what we should build next. We could start working towards markets. She doesn't get to get married. She doesn't get to get married. They're going to be our childless ladies who we make rule Mompodge and probably Sinu. Do we want to build anything? Really is the eternal question. Tough one. I do like innovative. What about starting to generate sailors and such? Well, yeah, we could build It's a bit jank, though. The only thing we can build for sailors is fishing villages, right? Which gets you one sailor. Which means we could build one canoe. But then we would have to spend tools and salt on upkeeping it. Not very many tools, to be fair. Don't know if you can build fishing villages in... Well, let me just check. No. So I want to turn these places into towns. So building fishing villages here. Probably a bad idea. Hey, Alex! You're joining us on a new start? Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, auto-conversion! That's so important. That's really going to help with coring. You can actually get it twice, you know. Hopefully we get it again. You can actually get that same event twice on the same place. So if you got it 3 times, it'd auto-core. The odds of that are pretty low, though. Cool. I'd actually like to pay attention to increasing our tax base this time. Normally I just don't care about the tax base. But I think I'd quite like to increase it this time. Priority, though, is stone and lumber. These are all garbage. So let's try support the state. It's going to fail, but... Am I eyeing any Steam Black Friday sales? Not really. I've got the Bannerlord DLC to try out. At some point. I probably will have a look, though. Okay. Does this person who lives here, what do they know about? Place your bets. Do they know about this ocean? Maybe. Do they know about this land? Almost certainly not. Do they know about the Mayans? Probably. Maya. Yeah, that's my bet as well. What a shocking twist. Once again, they know nothing about Brazil. That's such bullshit, man. It's really bullshit. It really is like the game is just hard locking us out of Brazil for no reason. It's really dumb. They do know about the Caribbean, yeah, so we will get that map at some point. I really want to get all their maps. Speaking of, let's spy on the Pemen again. Oh, we can't for a year. Let's spy on Malacato. We want to get more of this as well. Is that clay? Yeah. Wish it was sand. Sure, I'll take cohesion. Cool. Right, I think we need to turn that clay pit off. I'm taking the research. It's so hard to get research early on. Okay, clay pit. What do you use? Wood. Yeah, that's what I thought. I will let those get turned on again at some point, but not yet. Here's our heir. He's pretty bad. Nobody for him to marry yet. This is a clean start so far. Didn't realise they'd built a spinners guild. Those sly devils. Can almost spy again. That's good. And now we get to start heading towards the cool stuff. I think we should build our tools guild. Get it out of the way. Let's spy. Sure, let's get that. Get out of the way. Nice. We could settle the Caribbean. It's just I think vassals overseas really suck ass. Although it would let us maybe siphon all those resources into the Tairona market, which would be nice. Although no, that's how we get most of our institutions. We definitely don't want to do that. We want someone to set up shop here, and then we got our institutions by trading with them. That's why we don't do the Caribbean. Good. Let's keep stealing these maps. I think getting Diplo range early is going to be somewhat important if we want map knowledge. Settlement's almost done. Let's swap him over to using stone for now. He's not going to have any stone, but that's no big deal. Let's do jewelry, but... Oh shit. All this map theft sort of invalidates exploration. True, true. Except for Brazil. And that's why we need exploration. I don't think there's any way for us to get into Brazil other than exploration, sadly. Okay, I'll sacrifice a little bit of spiritualist to get some art. Cool. We've got a year left until our settling's done. They're building stone quarries. What a bunch of jerks. I'm gonna promote a member of the clergy. Not because I care about promoting a member of the clergy. But you know. You can get married. Never mind. I don't think I want to let people marry lowborns. Well, do I? No. No, my spy in Kalingo got caught. Let's spy on these guys. I wonder if this guy's gonna come down here this time. Last time he didn't. Last time he stayed up here. Vibe says, when you detach yourself from outcomes, you open yourself up to true enjoyment. Yeah, totally. Totally. I think I agree with that. Do you want to grab some stone or grab some lumber? We want to grab some stone because that's going to let us set up our lumber farm. Which is actually more important than setting up the stone farm. The reason we do the stone farm first is usually because we can. But this time we should maybe be able to do the lumber farm. It depends. Cool. $50 gold. We have enough lumber. Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a tiny amount. We've got enough to do this, for sure. But you need tools to get the lumber. And getting the tools is actually quite hard. But we did build that tools guild. So getting the stone lets us build the tools. And theoretically, lets us get this really quickly. I am going to immediately settle Monpodge, which is a bit sketchy. Don't know if it's going to take all of our workers. Usually it does, eh? But I think it's a bit more lenient this time, because it only takes a percentage. People buying our tools. That's not cool. That's not cool. I think we need to... It's all coming together. Well, it would be if people weren't buying all our tools. I think we need to get the 50 gold. And then we actually have to subsidize this guy temporarily. Yeah. Subsidize temporarily. Okay, our chief died. That's a shame. He was pretty good. Nobody wants to marry us. Marry a ha-ha. I'm gonna marry a lowborn. Just one. And we don't care about the air. Build more tools guilds. With what, man? With what? If we spend our money on a tools guild, we can't get this. The hope is we can do the spam click. You know how sometimes you can spam click it? Because they recalculate the market every month. There we go. Oh, spam click is so OP. Because at the end of the start of each month, the AI cancels all its trades and then redoes them. If it says there aren't enough tools, you can just absolutely hammer the button. And there's a chance your click will get through. It's a bit cheeky, but So is them buying all of our tools when we need them. So, you know, you got to fight fire with fire. It's one of my favourite tricks. I think I learned that on day 1. So now we get our lumber. That's good. Now, we do want to start converting these guys. You were there? Yeah, man. Obviously, we take the stability. We might need to get cultural capacity. Nice. Yeah, I do want to do religious conversion. There's actually a law we're going to get that gives us it, which is nice. We could make this guy do it, but I actually really want to get rid of the nobles' power. And they're getting a lot of power from aristocracy. So I quite like nuking that. I should really look at these. Like, what benefits you get for giving people estate power. But it doesn't show you unless they're over it, which is annoying. Yeah. See, like this. It's quite interesting. So yeah, the problem is, right, these peasants are going to be Etianarca, which means they're not actually going to work. Which means we need to get cultural capacity relatively fast. So that we can make them a tolerated culture. So that they will work on the farms or whatever. Nope, nobody's migrating to Monpodge. Sorry. We don't want people going to Monpodge. Let's turn off that clay pit. We can also stop subsidizing this guy now. Cool. I'm not sure how that tool market isn't making a profit. Like, I mean, everyone wants to buy tools off us. We know that. So how is it not making a profit? This is doing my head in. It's elementary, Watson. The toolmakers aren't upcharging for their tools. Yeah, I guess not. Bastards. No, at a certain point, I get fed up with figuring this out. I mean, didn't it just say we were going to make money off those trades? Am I tripping? Oh, that's suggested. Never mind. Turns out I was tripping. If they're going to buy tools off us, we might as well sell them. I guess. Watch the price tank, so let's lower that. We can increase that. You know, it doesn't actually matter if anyone's here. We should probably put someone here. But it doesn't make a difference. No, my spies! My precious spies! I need them for spying. Piss off the traders. Piss off those guys. Sorry, traders. You're getting the raw deal this time. There's no tools available for export. We don't want to make tools. Oh. Oh. Interesting. So you need to keep your burgers happy. Otherwise they stop making stuff. You always learn something new on every run, eh? Pretty cool. No, my spy! The most profitable trade of all time is now not making a profit. I guess at a certain point, you just need to automate the market and YOLO it. Are we at that point? I don't know. I'm going to automate this 90 because I don't know what to do with it. Let's get the research. Whoever's in charge of this spy operation needs a harsh talking to. Yeah. It's because we don't have any rivals. Our lack of rivals makes our spies less good. But it's nigh impossible to get a rival. Unless we rival these guys. Which I guess we could do. Nope, apparently our capitals are not close enough. Okay, fair enough. I don't really care about this heir. I'm going to put him there. He'll probably get assassinated. Sure. This one's pretty good. We win either way. So we're going to get our laws soon. A couple of months. It's going to be nice. And then considering how happy everyone is, we should maybe go taxes, eh? Everyone is really happy. I am going to want to make a subject soon. And we do need that cultural acceptance. Well, let's do our laws first. Hang on. Okay, censorship. Usually I go no censorship, which pisses off the clergy. But it is nice. I'm gonna go strict. Oh no, artists are less likely to remain. We definitely go codified power. We don't care about anti-piracy. I always go proximity cost here. I feel like efficiency of the cabinet's actually pretty good. Let's go efficiency of the cabinet. And then education. Devout education is pretty nice. Depends though, because traditionalist, isn't that the opposite of innovation? Yeah. That would cancel out my innovation. Religious teachings is almost as good. It's basically the same, but you get 5 less satisfaction from the clergy in exchange for not losing innovation. So I think we should go religious teachings. Yeah. Cool. And then maritime law is like the easiest gimme of all time. Trade range and burgher estate satisfaction. Why would you ever not take that? Cool. So, everyone is going to be like super stoked with us. Except the chieftains. Once those laws kick in, they're going to be super happy. Like super, super happy. Like, beyond happy. They're going to be kind of happy. They're going to be pretty happy. Yeah. So, I guess the question is... taxation. It's not really a question. It's more of a statement. It's more of a word. Let's do it. And then we'll probably do subject nations. Right, I'm going to gradually cede control of the market to the AI. I actually want to research that religious policy. Because that's how we get auto conversions every month. Nice. Cut 5 out of aristocracy. Love to see it. No, my spine eater was found. What's this? Book burnings. After suspicions were confirmed that heretical books were being stored in a library in Aragani. No, hold up game. If you're going to talk about a library in Aragani, can you give me a library in Aragani? They want to burn the books. This burning is for the greater good. No torch's flame shall touch our research. Ugh. Sorry, clergy. I can't let you burn our books, man. I can't abide it. I guess that's the problem with taking different laws. We get different events. Also, let's spy. Gotta steal these maps while we have the chance. Cool. We'll take the ocean next. Oh, people are missing tools. Oh, if only there was something we could do about that. Oh yes, plutocracy again. Let's go. I really hope we get a decent amount of money from taxes. Considering I'm making everyone happy. Now there is a case to be made for not taxing the clergy. You know? Get as high a research bonus as possible. Then again, I guess we'll see how much money it's going to give us. I suspect it will be more efficient to, well, actually, look how much power the clergy have got. What the hell, man? Wow. Chieftains are getting shafted. Even at max tax, probably won't make them upset. Yeah, I know, but it's not about whether they're upset or not, eh? Every point that they are above 50. So if we tax them, their satisfaction equilibrium is probably going to be 50. But if we don't tax them, it's going to be at 64, which means that we get like 7% research bonus. So, you know, you gotta kind of decide which is more important. Considering how much power they've got, we'll probably want to tax them. Say max tax, their satisfaction equilibrium will be 55%. Maybe. That'd be alright. Right, we could buy something. We can't build a marketplace because lack of glass. Let's build the glass place and hope that somebody else deals with the sand. Ambitious child, huh? We can't go on together with ambitious child. With ambitious child. Oop. Make sure we steal these maps. Nice. Cool. God, remember my earlier runs when I didn't steal maps? What terrible days, eh? Viper says, starting out in a place where you can settle for miles and miles is super strong, by the way. Yeah, totally. I concur. I just wish we could get into Brazil. If there were actual countries, our expansion would probably be super slower. Well, you say that, but when we did our Andes starts, we were surrounded by actual countries. And we expanded super fast. Super fast. Probably faster than we expand down here. Promote religion. Nice. Not so nice. But I don't want to give the peasants tax breaks. Nice. Not only am I reaching milestones much earlier than previous ones, but I'm doing stuff I wasn't even thinking of then. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. Who knows what we're missing out on? Who knows what we're missing out on now that we'll look back on and go, oh, I can't believe we weren't doing this. You know there's going to be a ton of stuff. You didn't watch the Andes runs. They were frustrating, man. They were frustrating. I will say that. I hated those stupid Andes runs. But they were a hell of a challenge. But, oh boy, were they frustrating. Right, we can tank Diplo spending a bit, probably. Just a little bit. Let's crank the cost of the court. Let's crank stability. I want to do this manually for now. Traders are not actually making any tax. That's interesting. Neither the clergy. That's interesting. Okay. Well, we get minting. That's something. I really like minting. I think it's pretty good. We should start mining silver, but we can't. But conceptually we should. You know what? Just automate everyone except the tribes. So that did not help with income that much. But to be fair, that's because I'm cranking up stability and cohesion. So now that we've got taxes, we can turn all those buildings back on. Cool. Oh, research. Next research is subject nations. Then it's religious values. Then mining law is pretty good. There's a lot of really good stuff. That'll do for now. Cool. I want that to pass. Nice. Convert religion. Cool. I actually want to look at this. Because look, we're allegedly converting one person. And look, it's converting... I knew it would convert him. I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. Awesome. Let's keep an eye on this. It's still only converted 1. I mean, that might have been population growth, to be fair. Trust in the process. Sort of. Sort of trust in the process. Cool. Monpodge is ours. I'm actually going to stop converting for a sec. Expel people from Monpodge. Bring them to Tairona. I don't like that we're bleeding money. Right, we want to steal, like, everyone. It's a real shame we didn't get the conversion event. Cool. Now we don't want to move people here. How many pop do we actually want to steal? He's pretty much maxed out. Yaharo can have quite a lot more. We literally want to bleed this sucker dry. Okay, that'll do. I want you to increase province control. And I want you to settle the frontier. Let's take Sinu. Sinu? 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 Yeah, let's take Sinu. We'll take people from Monpodge. Cool. Right. We managed to siphon a bunch of pop there. Also, let's steal our maps before I forget. Now, why are we spending so much money? Or rather, why aren't we making money? Because everyone is unhappy, so we're not getting taxes. No, that's not true. Probably best not to think about it. Trust in the plan or whatever. Our crown power has tanked. We really need well, we really need a lot of things. Stone being one of them. See, increasing control should be sorting us out. Sort of. Very interesting. Why aren't we taxing the traders? Taxes, man, they're so confusing. Outdated texts, huh? Sure. No deviancy can be allowed. Right, it's that eternal question of why the crap aren't we making any money? Now, I'll grant you, part of that is probably because, well, he needs swapping over to that. Missing clay. I guess that makes sense. No, I didn't make the traders tax exempt. Look. You can see that if we turn off automation. I think it's because nobody's actually building anything. If you build it, they will come. But we don't have any raw resources. We don't actually have any raw resources to utilize. Which is why we need the Etianarca to be... we need the Etianarca to be tolerated. That's what we need. That'd fix everything. Or at least some things. That'd fix some things. Ooh. What employment type do I think's best? I don't really worry about it. I can honestly say I've never even... well, I think I looked at it on like day one, and then I was like, I don't think this matters that much. I don't really believe that it matters. We need culture capacity way more than we need this crap. Cool. Nice. Culture capacity is going to save the day. Believe. Yoink. And that is all the maps we can steal down here because of our Diplo range. See, he's got no maps left. So we can cancel him. Like if we could spy on this guy, he would probably have more maps. No. Not making Mon Podge a vassal yet. Yeah, no, we need to settle first. So the way it works is, or the way I do it is, use Mon Podge to settle Sinu, then turn Mon Podge into a vassal. Use Sinu to settle somewhere else, then turn Sinu into a vassal. And so on and so on. Because otherwise, we have to use Magdalena to settle, which we don't want to do. So we hollowed out Mon Podge, and now it started the chain reaction of settle, turn to vassal, settle, turn to vassal. You know? Cool. I'm not sure increasing control here is actually helping. It should do. I'm starting to regret not going humanist. I'm starting to lose faith in my weird philosophy. That religion and culture are intrinsically mixed. Although we tested it so much, and it really looked like they were. But then sometimes you look at it, and it doesn't look like they are. Okay, cultural traditions. That's good. That's all we need, I think. Or is it religious that we need? Civil society's okay. Tax the peasants more. Piss off the chieftains. Well, this is Mon Podge. But no, I don't want to lose cohesion. Pissing off the chieftains is fine. They're not paying us any tax anyway, so F them. Our guy looks like he's wearing a sweater. Like a shirt and a sweater. Do you not think? He looks like he should be teaching in a school. We need to make some money. That's where giving away Mon Podge is going to come in handy. Right, you know what? Can you stop increasing control? Can you just convert the province? Okay, we got a culture capacity. Good. Now we just need 5 prestige. Ooh. Let's get religious values. Then we'll get distribution of power. Then we'll get mining law. Then I actually want to go down to mining silver. Just so that we can increase our minting. Minting's really strong. So we need 5 prestige. No, my spine eats. It's ridiculous how much it lets you explore north. And yet you can't even remotely go here. Ugh, it does my head in. Why are we starving? Is it because Mon Podge is eating all our food? It's too junglous. Yeah, I guess. I guess it is. Nope, let's not do that. Yeah, no, food spending's a trap. Let's get more decentralization. We really need to make money. Unlawful private collections. Ooh. Religious censorship. Confiscate their collections. Show mercy unconditionally. Show mercy in exchange for funds. Mercy in exchange for funds, I think, is the right call. Right, I don't think we need to actually care about spying as much anymore. As long as we can spy on one guy, it's fine. Save ourselves a bit of cash. We really need 5 prestige. Okay, let's do tribal religious values. We want pop conversion speed, religious tribe. That's just like a flat 10. It's really good. I'm a little worried that I didn't take any humanist. Yeah. I think this guy needs to try the cultural assimilation. Gonna be much slower without humanist. Like, much slower. Like, 0 slower. That is a problem. Although it's only really a problem until we get that 5 prestige. Wasn't the religious conversion assimilating them just fine? No, it's actually not. Look. I don't believe they're actually getting converted. 5-8, 5-7. 5-7, 5-6. But that's due to migration, right? Yeah, that's migration. They're all moving to Monpodge. Whoa, 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 whoa. They're all moving to Monpodge. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I didn't even give them migratory rights. Did I? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Maybe humanist was the way after all. Well, yeah. But I think it's fine once we get 5 prestige. Oh, shit. We got like the worst chieftain of all time. It's fine, we're supposed to be living in a post-chieftain era. Wasn't it tribes that were migrating? Yeah, it was. I guess, yeah, maybe they always have the right to migrate. I don't think there's a specific... Yeah, I guess tribes are always allowed to migrate. Okay, distribution of power. Distribution of power is such a weird law. It doesn't actually appear when you get it. You have to wait a while. That doesn't really happen with the other laws. You know, it's kind of BS that favour the elites doesn't make the elites happier. And favour the clergy doesn't make the clergy happier. Normally I go favour the wealthy. Yeah. Post-rural, post-chieftain, post-crown power, what's next? Post-land? I guess we're already living in a post-land world for the most part. Oh shit, did we have 5 prestige for a brief moment in time? I think we did. So people are actually starving. We can't afford to make any more food. We need to get rid of Mod Podge. 2.5 years. Just 2.5 years and it all becomes Gucci. Sort of. Except I'm not going to be able to prime them with a tax base. We're not going to be able to afford to. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. We really need to prime them with a tax base. It'll at least solve this stupid hunger problem. I had 5 prestige for exactly 1 month. Damn it. Okay, let's do mining law. See how this appears immediately? Distribution of power is the only one that doesn't. Super bizarre. I like burger-controlled mining operations. I think it's pretty good. This migration is brutal. Holy cow, 15 research. Nice. I have faith that these are just teething problems. And commoners and the tribes need more power. Yeah. I mean, we need more power. We need more power, for sure. For cheesy. God damn it, can people stop dying? We're never going to be able to afford to seed Mom Podge. It's fine though. Trust in the plan. Trust in the plan. What little of a plan there is. At least people aren't rebelling. The settlement of Sinu is almost done. Good. Right. Immediately. Turn Mom Podge into a vassal. Ruled over by our heir, I think. Cool. And then I'm pretty sure we can steal population from here. I'm pretty sure you can make it jump over Mom Podge. Cool, we lost 70k people. 70k people migrated to Mom Podge due to that hunger. That's brutal. never going to make any money. Any money. I swear, if people start fleeing to Sinu now. I was going to be so mad. We need taxes, damn it. Exit to menu time. Oh, because we're not seeing our population movements. Yeah, it's good to do it every so often, eh? I think my post-Crown Power era was too early. That's what I think. We might have gimped ourselves a little bit. Okay, they're building a sand pit, that's good. We need that 5 prestige. We really, really need it. We need, like, any way of making money. This is problematic, to be sure. Chieftains are like hyper pissed. Cool, these early days are brutal, eh? At least we're not starving anymore. Should have really tried to fix that as a priority early on. We kind of screwed ourselves. Okay, don't care about spying for a while. Don't care about stability for a while. I don't care too much about cost of the court for a while. We need to make money. No, come on. Ugh. I should have gone with no censorship. The no censorship days were good. It's going to take so long to be able to prime Mon Podge. So long. And they're hyper disloyal. But that's fine. Sort of. That'll make them loyal. Can we stop getting negative events that cause me to spend money? Surely I can de-automate trade to bootstrap income. Yeah. Maybe. Let's give it a try. Where the hell are we getting wheat from? What the hell is the Kapilka market? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's because of our exploration. I feel like the market has gimped itself. You know how sometimes you do a run and it just has a dog shit market for like no reason? That's kind of how I feel about this market. It does seem opening up as tanked profits, eh? Like maybe scouting up there has, and getting access to more markets has lowered the price people are willing to pay. Is that possible? Maybe. That might be it, you know? That might be it. Because we know more markets exist, our people aren't willing to pay as much for goods. So it's possible that scouting has actually fucked us. Scouting the Mayan territory at least, that we have trade range access to. It feels like that screwed us pretty hard. Because normally these trade for like 1 ducat each. That's interesting. And it's really really making it tricky. It does seem like manual trading isn't better. Look, I'll be honest, I'm considering starting again and not exploring the Mayan territory. And going humanist. I think I've done a bunch of experimental stuff here that has really not worked. But now profit's climbing. While we're here, it'd be good to experiment some more. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Let's get food production. We're supposed to get that really early on. Specifically see how tributaries work. Yeah? Scheißenhauer. I mean, maybe it's gonna sort of calibrate itself. I don't know if I believe that. We really need a parliament thing that's like... increase the mines. That'd be good. I don't see one. I mean, it could be going worse. People are actually starting to mine lumber now, which is good. I mean, our king is fucking dog shit. Like, seriously. I don't know why the game was like... And he's an embezzler, that's fucking us. This is like the most sabotagey king of all time. Let's just hope he dies, eh? Ooh. Strict censorship. We can trade 2 stability for 10 research. That's a hell of a deal. Right, I would hope that our income would start to climb now that that wood is being produced. There's some stuff over here we care about, eh? Subject income is nice. There's a lot of trash to get there. Loyalty of subjects we definitely want. Probably want that trade stuff. We're going to want Diplo capacity, but it's fine for now. Trade maintenance is important. In this patch, they increased trade maintenance by 10 times. Which sounds crazy, but they did. Trade maintenance. 10 times as much. Not 10% more. 10 times more. That'll do for now. Probably need better trade advantage and such to get better deals in the market. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we do want to spam more marketplaces. That's for sure. But I would hope that now that we're creating lumber, our buildings would start to produce. We'd start to make tax. It'd all kind of come together. Which is sort of happening. But the next thing we spend money on needs to be seeding Monpodge. Wherever their capital is. Okay, we need this prestige. Normally I wouldn't trade prestige for research, but now is a different matter. Need to tolerate these guys. Cool. Now we could cheese it if we can get a little bit more prestige. We could actually make them accepted, which would core these, core these 2 provinces. And then flip them away to not being accepted again. Now the hope is now that they're tolerated, they'll actually start working. Could have probably tolerated some other people. No. Probably not. Because you've got this accepted cultures limit. So you're only allowed to tolerate a certain amount of people. And as you can see, they're all very expensive. They're all very expensive. Whereas Etianarca, I mean, maybe we could have done Wayu. We could have... No, we couldn't have done Wayu. So we could only afford to do Etianarca, which is 0.56. Otherwise, we go over our culture cap. We really need to make some money. Okay, good. Our chieftain died. That gets rid of that stupid embezzler. He's cruel. That's good though, because he's chieftain of Monpodge. So Monpodge is now a feudal... It's a fiefdom. Which means we get loyalty, which is pretty good. Have they really got debt? I don't care if they do. Cool. Let's make another vassal. I know these guys aren't going to do anything yet because we can't seed them. But that's actually fine. Let's put the heir in charge. And next up, I think we start going this way. Get more of the land we're going to keep for ourselves. We really do need to seed these guys. More slow kids, huh? Okay, people over there are migrating away. We don't really care about that. We're never... We're just never gonna make enough money to seed our guys. It's brutal. We should have made sure we had enough money saved up. Because seeding Mon Podge is how we make most of our money. We may have goofed. Thing is, it's a temporary goof, I think. As long as we're still settling and doing research, I think we're actually okay. Just sucks, man. This dude needs seeding. I'm not willing to take out loans. Yeah. God, another dead chieftain. Well, that's good. So now both of these are feudal. Which we want. Fiefdom, rather. Yeah, both of these are fiefdoms. That's nice. But he needs seeding as well. In the meantime, whilst he needs seeding, we can enforce culture, because we're not making any money off him anyway. Now the hope is this new leader really really steps things up a notch. Yeah, we need that stone. It's fine. This is the rocky start, but I think the rocky start is actually okay. Oh, this guy's had a lot of kids. You're the current heir, huh? Way interesting. Right, we're spending a lot of money on food. Well, comparatively. We are actually making a bit of money off tax now. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how we could feasibly make more cash. Nice. That increased loyalty will help. I really can't. I can't afford to give this money away. Which really sucks. We didn't want prosperity to lower. It keeps giving us bountiful harvest everywhere except the place that we actually have food. It's brutal. There's a lesson here. I don't think we should have built the Tools Guild. Or we shouldn't have built the... something else. Basically, we needed to have enough money to seed this place immediately. However, we do have a decent ruler now. I mean, sure. Everyone's not as loyal as I would hope. Probably shouldn't have unlocked the buildings. Well, I'm not sure on that one. There's an exceedingly strong case to be made that I should have definitely checked the buildings to make sure their production was all set up properly. I'm not paying. They can live without for now. We just need 50 gold. Just 50 gold. That's all we need. I'm gonna enable scootage on our vassals. I think it'll really help. It said it's 25% extra income, which means it goes from 20% to, well, I guess 25%. Which is pretty cool. No, I don't want to give up money. Sorry, chieftains. Can't justify it. We're gonna get the maze, which means we need 51. Which we could do with loans. $24. $24, $24, $24. No, 25. If we're getting 20% of their income, and we get 25% increased income, then we get 25% of their income, right? 25% of 20 is 5. I'm not giving away money. It's like the game's trying everything it can do to stop me from seeding this guy. It's like, oh, he's getting close. Quick, hammer him with negative consequences for not giving away his gold. Well, it's not going to work, game. No, 25% bonus. Now the game's going to be like, we're just going to hover it. We're just going to hover it. We'll just stop him making income when he's almost there. Joke's on you, game. I'm totally willing to starve our people for a bit in order to get this done. And I'm willing to lose some tribal cohesion. 53 now. God damn it. Okay, go, go, go. That's all he's getting. Cool. I don't actually want to lose tribal cohesion. I don't really want us to starve. Cool. Right, hopefully he starts making us some bank. I don't think I'm going to force him to switch his religion. Normally I would, but I'm not going to. Nice. So we keep this for ourselves, I think. We could give it away and then annex it later when we need it. Maybe we should give it away, annex it when we need it. There's a case to be made for that. Pretty strong case to be made for that. Let's do it. Well, let's not do it yet. Let's give away this. How old is our guy? 37. I think this is a scenario where we want an old lady with no kids. But there aren't any. I guess we can give it to this guy. Our guy might suffer a death before we get a new heir. La da dee dum dee da dee dee da. It looks like people are settling down here. Which means we probably want to either grab some of this or start grabbing this. You know, if we start grabbing this, well, thing is, I really want to make sure this is locked down. We've got to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we should go this way. Safety first, eh? We're gonna have such a small population. Our population is gonna be effing tiny. So the hope is that now he's got a tax base. He'll start giving us money. And then we can afford to give this guy a tax base. And this guy a tax base. And live the proverbial dream. I don't know though, we're not we're not exactly making cash. And then we can use that money to build up our own tax base. I guess. We need to get this stone. But it's way more important that these guys get a tax base. It's way more important. Why is he so disloyal? Oh, Liberty Desire. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. We're really just not making any money at all. Okay. Let's enable scootage. But he didn't want to do this. I want to believe that he's going to start making money. He's going to start building up his infrastructure. We're going to start living the dream. And life's going to be good. I'm so used to making decent cash. I think at the start we always struggle for cash, right? Sort of. I guess that's not strictly true. Monpodge is making money, yeah. Very small amount. But actually not that small an amount. It's really climbing pretty fast. Which is cool. All glory to us. This is going to be very iffy if I give away Tsukima. It's going to be very, very iffy. But I think we are going to do it. Okay, that trade maintenance theoretically helps. Didn't I see subject income somewhere? I did. Cool. We need enough to seed Sinu. Need to increase their opinion of us so that we can force them to change culture. Whew. We're heavily reliant on this diplomatic income skyrocketing. I want to believe. There's not really a lot to do right now. Like, we're settling. And we're hoping we can make some cash. Once we see Mom Podge start building buildings, we'll know life is good. Did he move his capital? No. Good. This is such a weird-ass start. I think it might be optimal in the long run. Although, I do think we could have sped it up at the beginning a bit more. Fuck you, game. We need that cohesion. That sweet, sweet cohesion. Just crazy that... Where is all of our money going? I guess it's mostly food. Gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna reduce food spending a little. He's building irrigation. Okay. Well, that's not gonna help his tax base. I want to believe. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a slow start, eh? Just a slow start. Things can only get better. Can only get better. Now I've seeded Mon Podge. What trait did we get? Extortioner. Why am I getting, seriously, the worst fucking rulers of all time? Loyalty of subjects, -5%. Every ruler we've had so far in this one has been utter dogshit, one way or another. Either reducing our tax income, having absolute dogshit stats, or reducing our subject loyalty. Like, come on, man. Throw me a freaking bone here. This is a nightmare. But we're going to overcome. That's the game testing us. The game knows this is the God run, so it's testing us. This is the trial we have to overcome. Did he have any kids? Loads of kids. So he really is the heir. I thought that was his brother. Cool. Come on. We just need just a little bit of cash. Okay, he's building stuff. That's good. Nice. Now, here is the eternal question. Are we going to vassalize everything except the main province? I think we are. I think we're going to give it a try. I'm not hugely sold that this run is going well. So, let's put our wife in charge. So because I think this run is kind of teetering on the edge of viable, we can try out some new stuff. Like literally just keeping this for ourselves. I really do want to expand down here. I'm worried about... Well, am I? Why can't I see anyone? What shitty ass map view is this? Hang on. There we go. Yeah, I think people are settling down here. Maybe not, though. COCOM is. Look, COCOM's settling down here. Which means we need to guard this from COCOM. Sort of. Although it wouldn't be the end of the world, COCOM being down here, because we could kick the crap out of him. So maybe it's okay for Kokon to be down here, and we should keep pushing this way. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Probably. We know that it's absolutely vital that we take this coast. Cool. Cool, sort of. We just need seed money for our investments. We need that gold. More than anything, we need that gold. Our heir died? No. Okay, seed another place. We want to enable scootage, but we don't have any diplos. We can leave that for a while though. No deviancy. Burn those books. Who's our new heir? This kid. Okay, we'll put him in charge of this place when we vassalize it. Now that we've got 2 vassals seeded, we should hopefully see a marked increase in our income. Let's keep the clergy happy. I'm not paying for that to pass. Got way more vital things to concern ourselves with. Diplo income is climbing. That's what you love to see. We just need to seed these other two vassals. And this guy, as we haven't seeded him yet. Oh, I can't. We don't have any diplos. I guess we could increase diplo spending, but I'd rather not. Sorry, chieftains. Can't give you any money. Now's not the time. Our income is definitely climbing. We're not going to focus on our tax base yet. We need them to get tax bases, right? We can get our tax base up. Once they're feeding us money. We seed them, then they seed us. Why are our chieftains dying so fast? I guess he was 51. Yeah, he was 51. Okay, cool. So this guy's the heir to this place. So when this old lady, his mother, drops dead, this becomes a fiefdom. I want the entire coast to be fiefdoms, and then the rest of it we can make be regular vassals, I think. I think that's a good scheme, a good scam. Nobody wants to marry this guy. That's fine. He can marry, like, his second cousin. Cool. So we really are living in a post-land era now. We said it as a joke earlier, but we're definitely trying it out. Current heir is this dude. He's hopefully not going to be the true heir. Yep. Burn those books. That's fine. We just need enough to seed probably Tsukima. Thing is, I don't really want to seed these guys yet because I haven't fucked with their loyalty. I guess I will seed them. It means their income will be better when we eventually do have them loyal. Mucus will become a town. No, that's no good. Let's do increased ties to subject, even though it's going to fail. It should, theoretically, get us more money for 6 months. Even though it looks like it didn't. Even though it looks like it didn't. It should have. Fine. Right, I'm gonna cancel this. We need to make these guys enforce culture. Because this is land that we're going to annex one day. So it's better to get it out the way now. Then we'll see Tsukima. Then we'll turn these guys into a vassal. We can seed them. And eventually, we'll reach the point where we can start building our own stuff instead of just seeding people. That'll be pretty cool. God, the chieftains are so pushy, eh? Every couple of months they're like, can I have this privilege? Can I have this privilege? And the answer's always no. But they're always asking for shit. They're a bunch of bastards, really. Right. Kuna Kuna, Numa Numa Ye. You, I want to enforce culture. Which reduces our income. But what we learnt yesterday was vassals will never rebel. They just won't rebel. Colonial nations will, but vassals, they just never seem to rebel. So we're probably mostly fine. More subject income, that's what we're after. Now, I feel like there's a bunch of stuff here that we want that we didn't get yet. We're going to want institution growth, but not for a while. I definitely want that disease resistance because, well, at some point, shit's gonna go down. I also want to be able to colonize manually. I also want to be able to make paper. I want to be able to make libraries, which is arguably more important than making paper because someone else can make the paper. We are going to want diplo capacity. We're going to want that attrition one day. Anything else that we're going to want? Yeah, we're definitely going to want that. We're definitely going to want that. We're at the point now where, for the most part, it doesn't really matter what we're researching. Which is pretty cool. Sure. That'll do for now. You could argue we should rush for cheaper towns, because we're going to want to build towns everywhere. But, well, you could argue for that, but I don't really care. I think it's going to be fine. And we are over the hump, I think. Nice. Right, let's make another vassal. Paraguana. We'll make this be our heir. We will... need to increase happiness with them, but that's fine. Let's settle. It's that age-old question. Do we go down here, or do we go over here? I think we just keep going this way. Cool. And, I'm not sure we need to strengthen the government anymore. I would like to assimilate people. Yeah. But then we need to bring cost of the court back up a little bit. Just a little. Nice. And once our income is Gucci, we're really going to crank up Diplo spending. Like, really, really crank it up. Next thing I want to do is scootage this guy. Get a bit more cash. Chieftains, fuck off. Okay, I probably do want to put someone in charge here now. Get a bit more crown power, not that it matters. Speed up assimilation a little bit, which totally does matter. 0, 0, 0, 0. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Okay. In that case, keep assimilating folk anyway. Cool. Let's promote state religion. Cool. Right, we siege Tsukima. We piss them off. That was a lot of pop-ups at once. Yeah, we siege Tsukima, we piss them off. Then they turn around and start giving us money. Awesome. Right, their capital is Babakas, huh? Sure. Enforce culture. Happy days. Foreign inventor, huh? Yeah, we can take him in. Now that we don't care about their loyalty for a while. That's pretty cool. Now, I'll be honest, I expected Monpodge's tax base to climb much faster. They don't really seem to be building anything. I guess they will do over time. We're not going to seed them again. Tell you what, some of these censorship events are really good. Like, some of them are really bad, but some of them are amazing. Like 10 research for 2.5 stability. It's a mad deal. It's really, really good. I hope Cocom gets their ass beat. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. The peasants are revolting. Sure. Need seed Paraguana next. And I also need to enforce culture. Oh, they need more loyalty. Ooh. Okay. Let's improve opinion. We can cancel this one. Need to make them loyal so that we can screw them over. We're pivoting to making everyone Diplo focused now. Pretty important-ish. I would like those diplomats. That's pretty sick. I'm amazed these guys aren't really building anything. Oh no, we're close to being the target of an independence movement. You know, if that happened, we'd actually be screwed. But it's not gonna happen. It's never happened. If that happens, I'll eat my hat. I want to make enough money so we can start investing in stability and stuff again. So we've got like 50 years maybe till the dudes theoretically start showing up. During that time we need to fill this place with towns and fill those towns with libraries. It's going to be rough. It's not going to be easy. We're also probably all going to die to the plague. But because we're going to have such a small population, maybe it's not going to matter? I don't know about that. seed these guys. Very cool. I really am surprised this guy's not building anything. He's an odd fellow. Is he loyal yet? Good. Let's enforce culture. How are you doing? Let's give you scootage. I wonder if enforcing scootage so that people don't have to help us during wars makes people more likely to rebel. It doesn't look like it does, which is nice. But I feel like it totally could. We're gonna have to make Mom Podge happy again at some point. Not anytime soon, though. Mom Podge really need to start building shit. Are they converting their population for us? No. Not yet. Usually they, like, prioritize other stuff, and then eventually they get around to switching the pop. Which is fine. I'm ostensibly okay with it. So everyone is seeded now. That's good. We are going to have to seed this guy. But, whatever. As long as we're gradually getting increased income. Oh, he's finally building stuff. Thank God. I was almost considering building that for him, you know. I was very close to it. I was very close to building him that. Nice. Okay. Let's make a subject. You know the drill. Now, who are we going to put in charge of it? Old lady? She's got 2 years to have kids. Ooh, our wife. Our wife. We put our wife in charge. So then our heir becomes their heir. And it all works out swimmingly. Cool. Let's keep going. Okay, COCOM. Did they give up trying to colonize down here? They were trying to colonize down here for a while. Cool. I guess they're busy. If they can just hold off for another, like, 50 years, which is a bit of an ask, but sure would be nice if they did. Nice. Whew. Thing is, if they do come down here, we can potentially scam a bunch of money out of them. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if they did. There'd actually be significant benefits to it. Cool. Religious unity. I do want that. Promote the state religion. I'll take some art. Every little bit of art helps. Did our air die? No, the marriage union just takes a while to kick in. Like, we send our wife over here to govern, and like a year later it goes, oh, by the way, you've got a marriage union. Which is fair enough, I suppose. I didn't seed these guys, did I? Let's improve opinion. We can cancel this one. I already, yeah, he's super disloyal. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. This plan's going well, I think. It's quite hard to judge. But I think it's going well. My main concern is that we're going to hit our Diplo capacity. You don't really hit it in the late game, but in the early game, you totally can hit it. It's a bit sketchy, honestly. Although I think the penalties for being over it aren't that bad. Not really. So we could probably live with it. Looks like we're reliably making at least 1 gold now. Which is not braggable, but it is something. And now we could probably actually invest in ourselves for once. I'll happily take another piece of art. Yeah, look at this. 2 gold a month. Crazy. And half our guys are disloyal. We can finally build this stone. That's been a long time coming. We were supposed to build that like 80 years ago. Is there anyone else we want to enforce scootage on? I think I gave this guy scootage. I did. Did I give you scootage? No. Cool. Our vassals are loving it. Good, they're getting loyal again. That's what we want to see. You don't get to get married, I think. Now, as people start to get loyal again, we should really see a huge uptick in our income. It's going to be pretty sweet. In fact, I might want to spend some of this income on a little bit on Diplo. Not a huge amount, just a little bit. I guess there's loyalty as well. And a little bit on stability. Not a huge amount. And a lot on cost of the court. Cool. Really want to get that cost of the court up. Or that cohesion rather. Really sucks that you don't get prestige for vassals anymore. Let's see. I would like to expand mining operations. It's not going to happen though. So let's promote a member of the clergy. Cool. Right, did I build that silver mine? No. Let's do that, because it gets us minting. Cool. It's starting to go according to plan. Except that Monpodge isn't really building anything. But let's ignore that. Now I would love to convert these chodes. But it's not going to happen. I guess one day we can just make Etianarca be an accepted culture, and that'll be fine. The Age of Discovery, huh? Is there anything loyalty related in here? Trade range is pretty important for tin. That's all whack. That's all whack. It's all kind of whack. I guess I want trade range plus 50%. Royal marriage. Can't do it, buddy. See our income climbing. I mean, I guess part of it was because of that, but still. I want to crank up stability. I think it'll really help with taxes. And then settlement's almost done, so let's pre-seed this place. Sorry, chieftains. Can't do it. Burn those books. No deviancy. We live in a post-deviancy age. We actually kind of do. Everyone's super happy. Except the Malibu Patriots and the Kalingo Patriots. But, who cares about them, eh? Settlement's almost done. It's nice. Now, one thing we probably do want to make is markets. Sweet ass markets. Nice. Right. Let's turn Caracas into a vassal. Led by our heir. We've already seeded them. We're starting off loyal, which is cool, because it means we can immediately enforce culture. Awesome. And Tsukima, did I scootage you? I did. Paraguana, did I scootage you? No. Scootage, scootage. Legalism, huh? Legalism is pretty good. I think we should let it spread. Well. I think we should at least get enough stability that we're not going to be in the negatives before we buy it. Even though legalism is super important. Legalism is like hyper important. Doesn't it get you an extra reform? I think it does. And I know just which one I would want. Right. If I was going to build things, what would I build? This all feels so meaningless compared to, like, what our vassals give us. I think I'd just build more stone. I'm a firm believer that we shouldn't be producing things. Other people should produce things. And then we get a cut of the profits. Both ways. Promote religion. Happy to do that. I suppose I should put someone in charge here. Doesn't really matter here. You know, I'm almost in a post-advisor age. You're supposed to be settling, right? Cool. That's the last one, I think. Pretty sure that's the last one. Then we can start going down here. Let me just check. 10 years. Good. We need to decide what we're doing after we settle this. Are we settling this? Maybe we are. Are we settling this? Maybe we are. It does give us access to a lot of vassals down here. It's a tough one. A ruler's younger brother, huh? Well, I'm not happy about that, but it's fine. Right. We should either be spending this money, or be saving up for towns. That's really the two things we should be doing. How much stuff is in our crappy research queue? Hang on. I want to have a look at reforms. Loyalty of subjects, plus 15. That's definitely what we want. But I don't think we need it yet. I really don't think we need it yet. So, is there any other one which would be useful? Isn't there a Diplo capacity one? Yeah, diplomatic traditions. We probably want that. We can get the loyalty later. They're already going to be pretty loyal. Cool. That means there's no real rush to get that reform. So we can keep researching what we're researching. We should seed this place in preparation. Very cool. Why is Mompodge not building anything? That's the real question. I hope he's built... He hasn't built medicaments. What a bell end. Maybe he's saving up to move his capital. They like having their capital on the coast. Maybe that's what he's doing. Okay. Chief died. That seems bad, but it's actually good. We live in a post-chief era. Cool. He's a naive enthusiast. That's less cool. He can marry, I don't know, this lady. We should think about changing our inheritance thing. Although it does make things messy. Maybe. I'll be right back. I am back. Right. Should we embrace legalism? No, there's no rush. Cool. I would like to increase Diplo spending. Yeah, that's all fine. Cool. Now we basically always want to keep Diplo spending maxed out. Do you need scootage? You do. Do you need scootage? You do. Oh, you need enforced culture. Let's do that. Oh no, the heir to Tatoi. Where the hell is Tatoi? Fair enough. I think it's one of those migratory tribes. La dee da dee da dee 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 dum. We're almost at the point of having to make a decision. You know what? I am going to put someone here because I'm paranoid. Let's see. 7 years. Yeah, no, it didn't matter. Are these guys ever going to build anything? But I don't want to help them out. I am going to, though. Much to my chagrin, I'm going to help them out. Hey, 2 intelligent kids. Cool. Maybe they won't suck ass. I'm gonna help this guy out as well with some medicaments. Oh my god, that's expensive. Kind of misleadingly expensive though. Look, it says it's 72, but it's actually 52. It's weird. Anyway, we'll pay for that, because I do want medicaments on the market. And it'll hopefully help them snowball. Which we definitely want to happen. Oh, I would love a free town. There's no way this is going to pass, but I would love a free town. We just need one good event. Which we're not going to get. No. Yes. Yes. Ah, a free town. Awesome. That's really cool. We should spend our money on marketplaces. Probably. Yeah, we've got a while until we need to seed Oronuku. Let's get some marketplaces on the go. That free town actually might not be great. I'm worried it's gonna attract a bunch of people there who are not going to be Taironan, and it's gonna make it even harder to assimilate. We should build a temple. That's what we should do. We should build a temple. Cool, this guy's just having all the kids. That temple is going to help because it's going to increase control, which is pretty cool. We should also be building settlements. Now that I think about it. Great, that kid was an idiot. Well, whatever. He's not going to be the heir. Build another market. One day I'm going to figure out why Settle the Frontier switches from being 10 years to 8 years. It doesn't happen reliably, and it's definitely not due to this. It might be due to migratory speed. There's something that affects it. But I've got no idea what that something is. I just know that there is something that affects it. Because later in the game it starts costing 8 years instead of 10. And sometimes it costs 12. But I've got no idea what affects it. It's definitely not cabinet efficiency. Maybe I do want people to move here. As long as they're Taironans. That maximum RGO size is pretty important. Not enough tools. Illicit religious figurines, huh? Ah, turn a blind eye, it's fine. Clergy can afford to be a little bit mad. After all the buttering up I've been doing to them. They can afford, you know, to not get their way sometimes. I'm a little worried about the plague. There's nothing we can do about it, though. I guess we'll just close the borders immediately and keep them closed for a while. That'll be the ticket. It will slow down our progress, though, because you can't really work with your vassals. Whilst you got the borders closed. I don't mind doing this one every so often. It pulls us back from plutocracy a little bit. It's pretty good. Nice. Right. This place is already primed. Yeah. Cool. Do we have an heir? Good. Now we need to decide where we're settling next. Normally I would settle down this coast. Normally. But I am considering settling up here. It might be pretty OP. But down this coast... Oh, I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I'm gonna do it. We'll try it. Mix things up a bit. Try and stop New Spain from being able to get to this side of the map. If we get up there enough, maybe we could declare war on these guys. Which means these vassals we do not want to enable scootage on, because we're going to need their armies. That's pretty cool. No, it's gonna fail. I don't actually care about this one. Wow, this guy is terrible. Like, seriously, every ruler that I get has got dog shit traits. Fortunately, these don't matter that much, but still, it's the principle of the thing. It's just eternally dog shit traits. Sure is unfortunate. Right. Oh, he's in a different market. Ooh. We should probably buff ourselves a bit. I was going to build settlements. Oh, I can't. Boo. Maybe we can after the plague hits. This makes no fucking sense, right? Click to sort by the building type. Maximum profit per level. Okay. 0.47. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not as cool as that. Not as cool as that. This just doesn't fucking work. Well, it does. I see what it's doing. It's sorting in two different sorting lists. One of them is buildings you've already built, and one of them is new buildings. But still. Pretty misleading, I think. Anyway, let's build a Jeweler's Guild. Just one. We don't need any of this stuff. They can keep their goods. Right, I think we should start saving up for towns. I think the time has come. Pricey, pricey towns. Just sucks we're going to get nuked by the plague, and there's nothing you can really do about it except that get that one research. Let's take the money. It's weird that these guys aren't building up. I wonder if it's because I enabled scootage. I'm gonna give him some more maize. Gonna get some more stone. And I know I was supposed to be saving up for a town. Maybe he's saving up for a town. No, he's got a town. He built a slave market even though there's no slaves. Rookie mistake. Very easy to see the big profit numbers on the slave market and go, ooh. But if there's no existing slaves, then it doesn't actually do anything. I'm a little worried about COCOM. A little bit. I'm a little worried that our vassals just aren't improving themselves. I really think scootage might have something to do with it. I'm gonna let it ride. Oh, there we go, we built something. Good. This guy was like, no, please don't get rid of scootage. And immediately built something. I can respect that. I guess the whole point of a snowball is it starts off slow and then it ramps up. Don't let those ladies get married. I would like to fund farming estates. That's actually useful. Let's see if it passes. It'd be great if this was one of those weird ones where the colonials just don't show up. Oh, that'd be amazing. They're like the best runs. Your institutions get delayed, but you really get to expand. Yeah, okay, I'll embrace that now. Well, will I? Hang on. Yeah, I will. Cool. People do be building stuff, slowly but surely. Are they converting their population yet? No. No. Bastards. I guess they got bigger priorities. I can relate. Cocom have turned into the Maya. That's cool in a way. Alright, let's get legalism. Free reform. Pest house is useless. So then we'll go for institution growth. Probably literacy. Sure. At some point we should unlock roads, I guess. I suppose. We should definitely get paper making. Cool. Right, now we really are saving up for towns. You're the new heir, huh? That's a bit awkward. Hey, do you want to marry them? Cool. I want to turn this into a town. I really want to turn this into a town. Yeah, you can have kids. Groovy. Next place we settle, or next place we vassalize, we need to give to our wife. Please be a good trait. Scholar is pretty good. After the first two dogshit ones, I'm happy to get Scholar. Now, I think the Maya are actually going to start settling. I'm a little concerned about that. We don't want to put the heir on the council. Someone will assassinate him. Cool. Right, which reform do we want? I was going to say Diplo capacity, but... yeah, Diplo capacity, because... we don't know when we're going to get our next Diplo capacity increase. So getting that one is, like, super important. Why is nobody increasing their tax base? It's really doing my head in. I'm going to have to seed them even more. Because I will. But I won't be happy about it. It's an investment, eh? Get them to skyrocket. Investing in ourselves is for losers. Like, if we invest in ourselves, we get barely anything. Whereas if we invest in them, we know we get 25%. And that's pre-tax. Promote state religion. We need to convert everyone to be our religion. Nice. Muy nice. Right, that means we can turn these guys into a vassal. Oranuku. Awesome. And we'll give this to our wife. We do have a wife, right? Where's consort blah-de-blah? There she is. For some reason it doesn't say consort next to her name. Cool. And we do that because her heir is us. And that will update so that her heir is our heir. But whichever way is fine, eh? Right. Let's settle again. That's really awkward. We've really got to settle this tiny-ass province. I don't know how I feel about that. I do know how I feel about that. I feel A-okay with it. Cool. $10. Someone who's amazing at diplomacy. 10 years. It's so dumb. I do want this to pass. I don't think it's gonna. No. I guess it was one of the goals that we failed. Ooh. We need towns, 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 towns. Thanks for the money, chieftains. You bunch of losers. Definitely get that lumber. These demographics, they're not great. We're never going to buy these towns. I keep realizing I'm spending all our money all the time on other stuff. Because it's so nice spending our money, you know? Even though we don't really get much for it. You know, we should build a library. Not enough books? Not enough tools. The old not enough tools routine, huh? Great. Let's pay for this guy to have some more maize and some more stone. Get that in the market. Do 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 do. No, our marriage bond. It's kind of rude. When she died, we didn't take over. Our other son did. Not ideal. I would like to strive towards urbanization. But it's fine. Nice. Income is climbing, just not as fast as I would like. This guy, for some reason, is being a complete and utter bellend and not actually improving his land at all. In fact, you know what? You're not having that fruit, man. You can have the fibers, because we're going to need those to make paper. But I'm not paying for him to have fruit miles away from his capital. Now you. I gave you that maize. I'll give you that maize. I'll give you that maize. Give you that stone. I really want these guys to like fend for themselves, but also buff the market with a bunch of goods. I do want farming estates, and I don't really want to pay for them. Let's see if it goes through. Also, we could have totally bought a town by now if I hadn't been spending on all that random shite. Nice. The clutch win. Awesome. You know, it's tempting to build some roads. It's real tempting to build some roads. Once we research roads. Don't think I will, though. I really do think the towns take priority, even though I've been avoiding building them. I still think they take priority. Bet we could have manually settled that place. We are blessed. Yeah. People wasting their money on slave markets. Unless they know where there's some slaves, they're really wasting their time. How much did I seed this guy? I did seed him a little bit. How about this guy? Where even is his capital? Don't see it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I gave him, like, 2 things. Chieftains want money, huh? Sorry, can't do it, guys. Okay, people are starting to make books. That's good. I really want to make that library. That's the one thing I'd be willing to get instead of a town. Maybe I can spam it. No. Too much of a tool deficit for spamming to work. So we could build some tools guilds, but... Well... I'm gonna build one more silver. Just one. I'm pretty sure we'd lose money by building it, but... I want to build it anyway. Well, our chief died. Pneumonia from the common cold. His scholarly pursuits brought both innovation and fame to our realm. I don't know about that. That doesn't seem true. Yes, adapt to local culture, please. We don't want any of those shitty events. Cool. Has he got a wife? Yes. We did it! 100 stability, let's go! For the first time ever. Nice. 100 stability, that's pretty rad. I've had like 99.999. I've never had 100. That's really cool. It's kinda crazy that it's only worth 5 great power score when you think about just how much of a pain in the arse it is to get 100 stability. But that's pretty cool. And it's back down again. Well, we had 100 stability for not very long. Right, I'm pretty sure the rest of the research is stuff that we legitimately don't care about. There's not much that's actually useful. So we end up just researching everything. Literally everything. I know there's more optimal ways to research everything, but I don't care. And I never researched Chancery just out of spite. Because we can't build one. That's our silver mine done, which ruins our minting. I wish it told you where this number came from. You know? It sure would be nice. Taxes are actually pretty good. If we made the traders happy, we'd get way more. Am I willing to give them building road rights? They are making a lot of money. Okay. It doesn't give them too much power. Maybe they'll actually build some? Generally, they build them between towns. That's kind of what you want. Like, I would expect them to build roads from here to here. That's what I'd expect. Whether they'll do it is another matter. I don't really care about a town in Panama. Let's promote state religion. Happy to bump plutocracy a bit. Nice. The plan to lock out New Spain from coming down here is going strong. We already gave our heir somewhere, didn't we? Is there any old ladies here? No. Shame. We can't give it to our wife. Oh no, we can give it to our wife. But she's just going to branch off into a new tree. Okay, let's give it to this 35-year-old lady. Maybe she won't have any kids for 5 years? Possible. We do need to cede her land. That'll do. And then, I totally forgot. We need to settle again. You know, if we can lock this border, that's going to be sick. We do want to lock this as well. But locking this might lock this. Depends how much range they've got on their settling. I guess we'll see. Idiot, huh? Looks like these guys are finally starting to build themselves up. Can't do it, chieftain, sorry. No, but we'll rebel. No, you won't. Calm down. No, but we'll make you get negative prestige. Yeah, that's fine. $400 for a town, huh? We'd need more lumber and more glass. Can't get more lumber. Well, we could get more lumber. We could... do that. Oh, it's so nice having vassals, because you don't need to worry about control or, like, managing your population or anything. You can just say, I want lumber in the market. Oh, there's lumber here. I'll just build that. And then he'll deal with all the logistics. Assuming that's going to the right market, which it totally is. Good. It's very close, actually, because here goes to... Oh, no. I thought it'd go to his market. He's got a market in Chunsua. I really thought it'd go there. Cool. Maybe he favours our markets, because he's our vassal. But if that was true, I'd expect this guy to come to our market instead of Chunsua, which is this guy. See, our money's starting to really climb. Pretty cool. We don't need prestige. I don't think we've got enough population to become a duchy. Oh no, we do. So we should really try and get 25 prestige. Good to know. I'm just going to pay for it. Cool. Now we need more tools so that we can get more libraries. I was kind of hoping that these guys would all build tools. Usually they do. If there's a deficit in the market, usually your vassals kind of try and fill it. But they're not really playing ball. Cool. Let's build our marketplaces. Such a good trade. 2 stability for 10 research. It's a mad trade. Cool. Good. Good. I'm just checking that they're converting people to be Taironan. Good. Cool. We are going to annex these chodes one day. Not for a long time, but one day we're going to annex them all. No, our heir died. Ah, there is no god. It's worth checking in every so often. See how this value's doing. It's fine for now. Temple. We should build a temple. Cool. And we do want libraries, so we probably actually do need to, hang on. No. We probably do need to work on getting some more tools. These guys aren't doing it. But I do want more towns. Looks like our population in these is slowly getting converted, which is good. All people are moving in. I think it's a bit of both. This place is almost cored, which is nice. I think that's because of the temple. Temple gives more control, makes it easier to convert people. Which is why it'd be really nice to turn this into a town. I would like to fund farming estates. We can nuke some spiritual retreats. We can lessen some levy obligations. We're never going to be fighting anyone. Well, not never, but not for a while. No, it's gonna fail. That's fine. The snowball is real. People are starting to build their own stuff. Sort of. This guy isn't. I don't know why he's got such a shitty tax base. Didn't I build him a bunch of stuff? Well, I built him some stuff. He could really have a god tier tax base if he just abandoned the Chunsua market and came to ours. We'll just leave him to do his own thing. You know, there's maybe a case to be made for building a market like here. Or like here. Priority for now is building all those towns. Underground art, huh? Regionally well-known statue. Regionally well-known poem. Locally well-known painting. Sorry, clergy, but maybe the art was left behind for us to keep. Clergy's like, no. To be fair, art is kind of ass. But never forget, works of art increase institution growth and they increase assimilation speed. That's the main reason I care about them. It's pretty good. Way better than keeping the clergy happy. What does that do? Increase research speed. Lame. Well, least at this point, that's lame. Because we're going to research everything before anyone shows up anyway. We should expect the plague soon. Yep, there it is. There it is. Okay. Close the borders. Hope beyond hope that it goes away. And then we wait. We wait for it to have run its course. So that means Portugal did show up on time. Our vassals should really close their borders too, to be fair. Look, game, I closed my borders. I closed my borders. How did it get in? Go away. Shoo. It's really trying to get in. Go away, you stupid plague. I don't have population to sacrifice. Let it die off. Maybe fix up this. Okay, it just needs to die off in these few places, and then we can redo it. Reopen the borders. We will have to close them again, because if we look at plague... Oh, I guess it's gone. The hell is monthly doom? Probably best not to question it. So yeah, our economy is going to take a bit of a pounding from that. But not too bad. And it seems to have run its course. The only concern is that was it. That was it coming in from the south. It'll come in again from the north. We can repeal it for now. We just need to be on the ball, as it were, when it comes back. Which is fine. It only costs 10 stability to reinstitute. So, you know. It's not the end of the world. And we didn't actually lose that many people to it, really. I think. We lost 70,000. Well, that is kind of annoying. Could have been worse. Could have been 80,000. And it's actually beneficial in many ways, is that plague. As long as you can survive it. It really speeds up settling all this inland stuff. It really, really speeds it up. Because more people are dead. And the more people are dead, the more we can do. Like, hang on, let's look at population. Perfect. I'm going to send them from Magdalena. I don't think it's going to send too many people. But that should settle really fast. Like, really, really fast. Because pretty much everyone died to the plague. So we can just take the land. Except... not enough tools. No! There really is no god. Okay, fine. You convinced me, game. I'll invest in tools. Although now that there's a need for tools, I bet these guys will start building tool production. Nice. Who are beating up the Maya? Clatacoyotl. Fair enough. See, he's settling down here. As long as he's not settling the coast, it's all good. Okay. Am I tripping? We just finished settling here. Ah, this is two separate provinces. I am indeed tripping. Cool. Yeah, there's still a lot of population here. I even consider that to be too much. Then again, maybe I don't consider that to be too much. Hang on. Nakokior. Whoa, Nakoki Koki. Yeah, it's got 153k. Let's send people from Baruka. And we can make a new vassal. In Paraita. Cool. Old lady, few kids. Old lady, no kids. Nice. Awesome. I'm a little worried that Spain are going to show up. I don't really want them to. Or, if they do, I want them to take the Caribbean. So look, this settlement started. It should go really quickly. Cool. I would like to promote the state religion. I think so. I'm not doing any of those though, so if it fails, it fails. Now our income did take a beating, but that will fix itself. It's just that, like, all these guys, all their dudes probably died to the plague, like all their actual workers, so it takes them a while to promote new ones from the tribe. So I'm not too worried about the income dip. That'll kind of resolve itself. I did not seed this guy. That's all he's getting though. Can't really afford anymore. Is that lack of tools again? Yeah. Shame. Whew. Aranuku, you really are a bellend. How do you have 0 tax base? Oh, right, all your people died. Well, that is understandable. You'll figure it out. Should have closed the borders like we did. I'm glad that Maya wrote a war. It's gonna really slow down their settling. They might even lose, you know? Imagine that. Imagine the Maya lose. I think they are gonna lose. Who the hell are these Toktepec people? Toktepec. I don't know. But look, our income totally resolved itself real quick. That freaked me the F out for a sec. And then I realized it was ours. Who do you want to marry? Anaconda. Psh, can't do it, buddy. Sorry. Hey look, they're building roads. Also, we'll keep this. Yoink. More artwork. It's good because we can't get artwork at the moment. Like, there's no way for us to get art. So it's, see how fast this is expanding? See what I mean? Yeah, there's no way for us to get art at the moment. Bit of a pisser, really. So, we have to get it through events, etc. Hey, Sakurati, cord. Nice. Nice. Also, this road is cool, depending where it's going. Upa. You know what? It's still pretty cool. I'll allow it. Oopa. Let's get some more fish. I'm just noticing we're not making enough food. Kind of goes against my whole town philosophy. But we've already got 4 towns, so... Town philosophy is kind of working out fine. Just 3 more to go? Yeah. Upar, Adagani, and Kuramanao. Cool. Did I tell this guy to enforce culture? No. I'm pretty sure I did tell this guy to enforce culture, but he might have changed it again. There's this thing where you enforce culture and then every so often they just, they change it back. They're a bunch of shitheads. They just go, I've changed my mind, I don't want to enforce culture anymore. And they swap to a separate culture. It's hyper irritating. Did the Maya get vassalized? They did! What a bunch of punks! I'm a little worried that that means they're still going to keep expanding. Maybe not. Maybe vassals aren't allowed to expand. Who the hell are the Chalco? Chalco colony of Chorty. Who the crap are the Chalco? This guy? How did he start colonizing over here? Is this his vassal? No. Weird. He shouldn't have been able to do that. That's illegal. Dee 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 dee. This is going great. Really, really great. Shame the plague murdered most of our vassals' population, but, well, that is what it is. Kind of makes me think that you shouldn't create the vassals until the plague has hit. So that when you close borders, none of these guys die. Because they don't close their own borders, they're a bunch of hacks. want to grab this. I think we can grab it before anyone else does. +6. Even at +6, that's going to go quickly. That's how dead those dudes are. There's like literally nobody living here. Where the hell is Kaikara? Oh, here. Cool. I forgot this place extended out here. Now that 50% makes sense. Current heir is not married, huh? Well, he's a pretty dog shit heir, if I'm honest. Let's put him here in the hopes he gets assassinated. How old are you? 45. Nice. Why is the tuna market saying 0? Why are we not trading with our own market? What? Maya are in isolation and we do not have an exemption. Okay. I'll have exclusive trade rights, please. That was weird. Is everyone in isolation? Are you chodes in isolation? Hang on. No wonder we haven't been making any money. Well, saying that. Look, market automation. I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but generally speaking, you're supposed to, like, start trading. You know? Like that, I guess. Now that I've shown you what to do, market automation, I'm going to give you control of this. Can you please start trading? I fully expected him to just cancel all the trades. I was ready to lose my mind. I don't trust this trade thing. Remember that one time when the market just disappeared? And the run was basically dead. Ah, those were fun days. I actually thought that had happened here for a sec. But I guess it's that weird-ass isolation thing. Okay, they're starting to trade properly again. Religion, we've really got no policy. Interesting. I thought it started with same religion. Okay. Same religion it is. Precious metals, we want to have an export ban. And we don't care about those two. It really is valuable to reboot the game every so often. Because you unlock laws and it just doesn't tell you. It's like, don't worry about it. But then sometimes it will tell you. God, I bet we were losing so much money by not rebooting the game. Look at our income skyrocket. I think nobody else was trading either. And it's tanked again. Oh no. Let's not be presumptuous. Good, now our income's fixed. Yes, our heir died. Oh, that's why I put him on there. To kill him. Awesome. You are dog shit. Okay. We need a new heir. You marry someone. Marry cow pakaka. Nice. Let's see if we can have a kid who survives. Yes. Yes. The cool thing about settling this way is A, it starts off Taironan, which is pretty huge. B, it starts with all of these. Which is crazy, actually, because look, we get iron before we've even researched it. Isn't that interesting? It's just a shame they're all going to go to the shitty market, right? They're all going to go to the shitty market? Yeah, Chunsua. So he's going to get the iron. What a sick joke. And he gets to have the iron? Anyway, let's vassalize this guy. I'm just considering whether we should vassalize this guy. Look, game. I'm not asking for the moon on a stick. I just want you to vassalize this guy. Okay. I guess the game's made the decision for us. We'll keep it for now. We can use it as a outsource for our colonization up here, so that we can have 2 chaining colonization paths. We're actually going to pivot these hard colonizations to using this territory. It's going to have like nobody in it. It's going to be really good. Let me just have a look at population for a sec. Can't do that. No. Okay, that's cool. Well, hang on. Nah, too many people. Summons almost done. Happy days. Nice. Alright, we keep making our way up this coast. We really want to block the Maya. Now, there is a slight problem if the Maya decide to attack us. Which... they might. We don't have any ships. And these guys are kind of pathetic. It'll be interesting. It'll be a good good lesson, at least. Cool. Is it gonna let me make this place a vassal? Good. Old lady, no kids. Force culture. Seed them with something. Where's their capital? Okay. Yeah, you can have that. Cool. Let's see. I would like to promote state religion, please. I do want an outward look. I think. Cool. This is going swimmingly, sort of. I know, she's not married. It's all part of the plan. I need to check our trade. Okay, that's fine. At least he is trading. Not making much out of it, but that's okay. No. I hate these fucking Great Pestilence events. I've said it before and I'll say it again. They make no sense. Where is Spain? I mean, Castile. Where the hell are they? Sorry, traders. No privileges for you. Okay. Cash situation has resolved itself. Temporarily. I do want 25 prestige. I really do want 25 prestige. You're the heir, huh? You're kind of old, dude. But to be fair, he's only having daughters. Might be time to do the old switcheroo. Might be time to do the switcheroo. I really don't want this goofball to take over. I guess if he had kids, it'd be fine. Yep, happily burn those books. Keep the clergy happy. I'm worried that New Spain is going to settle here and declare on us. That's what I'm worried about. Hopefully they go to the Caribbean and give us time to steal all this. That'd be the ideal. We've got so much settling to do. It's awesome. Hey, Uparcord. Hey, that guy died. Food poisoning. I missed that message, but I'm pretty sure it said he died of food poisoning, and then it said his friends will cherish this day. Which is kind of messed up, really. Who's our new heir? Another old guy. Great. At some point we're going to change the succession. As soon as we reach a point where we don't actually... Oh, this guy sucks balls. Where is he? Here. Do you want to get yourself killed? And he's got kids. We really want him to be the heir. So we need this guy to die. Which is why we put him on the council. It's a surefire way to get people killed. How are we going to declare war on these chodes and manage to bring our armies across? How many people can a canoe hold? 25. Hey, that's actually not bad. Oh right, we need wharf. Let's build a wharf. 2 wharfs. We're gonna start building some canoes because they can only hold 25 people, but they're also super cheap. And we don't need that many of them because we're just gonna sit them here so that people can walk across here. So we probably need like, I don't know. I actually don't know. But 20 canoes would let us do 500 people at a time, which is probably fine. We could probably build more than 20 canoes. They're really cheap. Good. We're going to use this with its tiny ass population. We're going to use it to settle everywhere else. Let's have a look. Population. That's all too many. That's all too many. I don't know why sometimes population view does that. But then sometimes it color codes the entire thing. It's weird. I think it's because we've got that. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. I don't like that people are leaving. But I think that's just settlement lines. I'm not sure that really adds up. Quite a lot of people here. Did he die? What? Did the other guy die as well at the same time? Because I find that very hard to believe. Why is he not a valid heir? He should be, right? Next brother in the list. He should be a valid heir. We're going to have to change this law. Is the game just saying that we don't have a single person of our dynasty? Because that is not true. Tribal oldest male. It should be that one guy. It should be him. Our ruler's younger brother. It should be him. Ah, this game, man. This game. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. I'm swapping over to the new succession type. Which means a bunch of these ladies need to start having kids before they're too old. Okay, research. Let's get Mediterranean Galley. And I guess we'll get Chancery. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Hey look, Castile showed up. And they're settling the Caribbean. Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. I'm slightly worried about them still settling over here. We've got to prioritize our worries. Can I build those libraries yet? Apparently not. Not enough tools. Not enough tools. Aha! Nice. Whew. I'm a little worried that our succession lines are all going to go to shit. Yeah, it all gets a bit sketchy here. Cool. Very cool. We need to seed these. Which, oh no, he comes seeded, and so does he. Awesome. In that case, it really is very cool. Can we build any more markets? We sure can. Good. Close the borders. Shit. Seriously? How? How? How in 1 month did it go to 95% presence? You know, sometimes this game takes the piss. And this is one of those occasions, to be sure. It's like, boom, Great Pestilence showed up. Boom. Immediately, we're going to go from having, like, 5% here to 95% here. Oh, but this place will only have 5%. It's stupid, man. It's stupid. Now I've had to close the borders. That just murdered, like, all our population. Like, all our population. Just repeal it, man. At some point, you just have to accept your fate. Our entire population just got fucking massacred. Except for this town, who for some reason remained untouched. Well, I mean, maybe we're in a post-population era. The Great Pestilence is affecting our country. Really? Because it says there's no presence. It also says it only killed 27 people, but whatever. Let the post-population era begin. Who needs population, eh? I'm sure 100,000 is enough. Hey, actually, maybe that's a massive boon. Hang on. Maybe it's a very small boon, but a boon nonetheless. It lets us build settlements. A settlement. A settlement, yeah. Okay. Well, at least we don't have to worry about becoming a duchy anytime soon, because that's not going to happen. Let the post-population era begin. Maybe it's for the best. That was so fucking stupid, though, how it just showed up, and within a month, it had covered our entire province. Except for the places where it didn't matter. And that means we can't build markets anymore. Because everything is capped by population. Oh, this post-population era is really gonna suck. Ooh. At least we took that population growth. We took the population growth aspect. Yeah. Yeah, maybe population growth will save us. Don't know that it will. Maybe it will. I think we need to, well, first of all, we need to settle again. As soon as I saw Castile, I should have closed the borders. It was a rookie mistake not doing it. So the hope is, because he's got 2% population growth, right? Which I don't know how that translates to +2. Oh, that's monthly. Okay, cool. He should be like a population factory, right? hopefully. I would have liked to do that in other places as well, but like Upar should be able to get one. A settlement. But the game doesn't play by its own rules. Oh no, there we go. Cool. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay, cool. So these two can be our population farms. And, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think the answer is going to be not well, but we'll see. Stupid goddamn plague. Can't believe it just immediately went 95% there. And it's slaughtered, like, I don't know, a lot of people. Fair play, though. It did core the province for us. So you gotta respect that, at least. But losing our population here is pretty rough. Losing it here is pretty rough. Yeah. Post-population era. Let's go. Maybe that'll make it like really easy to get our average literacy up. Teach like one guy to read and our average literacy goes up by 10%. I want to send out some more settlers, I think. But where do I want settlers? I guess here's fine. Can't really afford to take people from Magdalena. Ooh. Stupid Great Pestilence event. Look, it's forced us down from like 50 stability down to -5. Never mind, I take that back. To -16. And it's not even fucking here. I hate the Great Pestilence event so much because they go off repeatedly when the Great Pestilence is not there. It really does my head in. And it's just like, here, take -12 stability. Here, take -12 stability. Over and over and over again. It's a nightmare. And you'd think doing the close the border thing would, Hey, that's really nice. You'd think the close the borders thing would stop the events. No, it doesn't. They show up regardless. You might have never seen the Great Pestilence, and they'll still show up. Okay, cool. Who's our heir? Look, game, this whole nobody is our heir is getting real old real fast. We're our own heir. Okay, great. I'm sure that's going to go well. I leave everything to my corpse. Another minus 12 stability. What's new? Another minus 12 stability. You see how fucking dumb these events are? You see what I mean? The game literally went, oh, you're almost back at 0. Here, have another minus 28 stability. 24, but still. And then because you have low stability, it triggers it more often. So you're kind of stuck in a loop. It really sucks. Oh, there it is again. Oh, and it also takes 40 gold every time. Let's not forget that. Sorry, friend. I don't want to kill you. You are amazing. But I just can't afford to lose another 7 stability. You know what? Yes, I can. We're deep down the rabbit hole now. The game's decided, fuck you, Callum. Fuck you. I'm going to murder your entire population for no reason. And then, I'm going to ruin your stability for no reason. Oh, and, by the way, I'm not going to give you any successes, regardless of which choice you choose. For no reason. And I say for no reason, because our last heir definitely had a younger fucking brother who should have been the new heir. And the game was just like, nah, he doesn't count. Which is why we switched over to matrilineal, so that we at least had an heir. Really, really, really does my head in. There's no reason for it. At least we're making good diplomatic income. Gotta appreciate that. Wonder if we're getting any institution growth. Oh, cool. The institutions will be here in March. 5,461. Awesome. We could probably force the issue. We're not making much money out of trade anyway. Let's try and force the issue. Have they... Yeah, Bay Noah. That's where we need to be getting stuff from. Bay Noah. Tobacco. Tobacco is 0.66 per 1, which means we need what, like 9? No, like 8. And then, oh wait, that's wild game. I think it's still 0.66, right? Yeah. If it's 0.66 per 1, then yeah, we need like 7. And then we can do the same for tobacco. Oh, I really thought it was wild game that we were getting. Okay. Same dealio. Let's see what that caps out at. 2. Okay. Anything else from Bay Noah? Cotton. Let's see what that caps up. This is seriously doing my fucking head in. This stability. Every single month. Not every single month. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Okay. Cotton. Sure. Whatever. Where is Zaki Market? Oh, that's those guys. Cool. They know what are they making the most of? This is how you should do it. Fish. Then you say, okay, I'll import some fish. But the game's like, oh, you can't do that. So then you have to go, okay. What I meant was, I'll come here, and I'll find fish, and I'll import from Bay Noah. And it goes, oh, okay, in that case you can do it. Cool. Right, let's see how that affected this. Plus 24 is not bad. If we're willing to bleed money. Which we're probably not. Okay, I think I'm just going to do those two, and then I'm going to automate the rest. Let's at least make a little bit of money. Whilst getting a little bit of institution growth. Tell you what, this spiraling series of disasters. It's not good for the old motivation. Every time there's a pop-up now, I'm like, I bet it's going to be that stupid -12 stability. Remember when we were on 100 stability? Not 5 years ago. those were the days. There we go again. Minus 12 stability, minus 40 gold. Soon we're not going to be able to afford that option, and we're going to have to go with the worse option. So that's going to be fun. Minus 48. This is so fucking stupid. Minus 54. Our vassals are the only thing keeping us going right now. But you know what? They're doing a pretty good job of it. Also, allegedly now we have an heir. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, she's amazing! Butts-chan. Awesome! Oh, Butts-chan. You've redeemed my faith in this run. Unless you immediately die. Which might happen. Okay, Butts-chan. I think we need to... Well, we'll do it next time. We're going to make Butts-chan be ruler of a vassal. Oh, come on. I just had my faith restored by Butts-chan existing. Cool. I'm really glad they settled that. I was going to settle that, but I'm glad I don't have to. Well, if somebody has to settle that. Question is, at what point do we pivot from settling over here to down here? It's a tough one. It do be a tough one. Hang on. Did it kill all my imports? Fine. I'm sure I didn't give it that much control, but whatever. I'd really like to get out of this negative stability hole. I mean, I don't think it's impacting us too much, to be fair. It's just pissing me off every time it happens. In a normal run, it'd be really bad, but because we've kind of gone with a keep everyone happy run, it's actually not that bad having negative stability. Although it would be better to have positive stability, so it made more money out of taxes. But you know, that'll come with time. Castile showed up. Ooh. I guess that answers the question about where we're settling next. Now, Castile can't reach here anymore. We've locked them out. Unless nobody settles that and Castile takes it. Which would kind of be a dick move. But it could happen. And if it does happen, there's nothing stopping them from settling all this. Which will kind of blow. You'll want to marry Butts-chan. Well, hold up. Quika. Nah, sorry, Quika. Can't do it. Piaho. Sorry, Piaho. Can't do it. Tama. Nah, sorry. Everyone wants to marry Butts-chan. We have diplomatic access to Castile now, right? Because we have touching borders. No, it's touching the borders of a vassal. Yeah. Needs to be touching our borders. Poop. We're not going to be able to build markets for a while, because population is dead. Yes! Yes! Okay, we've got the cool new ruler. Awesome. Chieftainess of a lot of places. Okay, do you want to marry the chief of Paraguana? Cool. Nice, her stats should really help matters. In theory. She's quite young as well. How are we going to afford to get feudalism? Iron. Iron imports are the usual answer. Not this time, though. Normally he has iron. In the Baynoa market. Okay. That's fine. We'll just leave them to it. I'm gonna kind of take it on faith. I guess I'd like to get that. How many people are there? Kabakar. No, wait. Tariaka. Yeah, we can settle that. Taking people from Guyana. Cool. Right. Do we have an heir? We do, but probably not going to be the heir forever. Let's do this. Sure, you seem to be on the ball. And we'll need to seed them, eh? Where's their province? Their capital? We'll seed them a little bit. Cool. Sort of. And hey look, we're getting out of the negative stability hole. Although I shouldn't really say that. I kind of want to vassalize this. Yeah, let's do it. We'll put the heiress in charge. You never know. She might end up being the ruler. And we need to seed. Seed her with a little bit of stuff. Cool. And then after we take this, we really do focus on settling down here. Just in case. The Maya might go for it. We should probably settle this at some point. Oh my god, are we going to do it? Are we going to get out of negative stability? Maybe there is a god. No, not Nazoya Guazakapan. I barely even knew him. Wonder if we can build libraries yet. We got one in the important place, but we do want them in other places too. Sorry, who's building this trade office? Monpodge. Oh, Monpodge, you sly devil. Fair enough. I want to build another town. If it lets us build one here. Yeah, cool. Our vassals are definitely starting to improve. I'm kind of miffed that he's done that. Stupid Castile. But it's fine, it's not going to get him over the sea. Unless he attacks us. Ooh. Maybe he'll attack us. Remote member of the clergy is fine. We're really not getting any institution spread now. Hey look, it's the Papal States. Cool. Okay, look, I'm hijacking our economy. Sorry, automation. I gave you a chance. .07, so we need to bring this down. I wish it just would cap out at what was actually feasible. That'd be nice. Instead of needing to get out a calculator and go, so for cotton it's 0 point something per amount per trade. Therefore, the maximum that they can take is, you know, it's just annoying. Why can't you just tell it to get as much as it can? To be fair though, that might actually be as much as it can. I don't really know what 11 divided by 0.66 is, but it feels like it would be 7.31. So that's pretty cool. Let's just keep that trade running. Now, if we wanted to get it even faster, we would need better development, more works of art, higher satisfaction. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe by lowering tax. Don't know if it's worth it though. Right, I want another town. Sweet! That's gonna let us get, like, one more market, probably. Thanks to the population being nuked. Okay. I guess we're spending all our money on stuff we don't need for the next 23 years. Ooh. You know, I don't know why this happens either. Every so often the game goes, oh, by the way, you know how all your guys are not actually that expensive in terms of Diplo capacity? Well, guess what? Suddenly they are. It's really annoying. I think it's got something to do with... I can't remember what. Can't remember how you fix it. Is it one where you just wait and it goes away? No. There's something you have to do to fix it. Is it abandon all the dodgy trades? I can't remember. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we're not rushing feudalism then. Oh, come on. I thought we were done with this. I really thought we were done with this. The game's like, no, that's what I wanted you to think. Here, go back into negative stability. Oh, and lose all your money as well. God damn it. You know, this is going to cause a massive rebellion. For, like, no reason. Literally no reason. There is no great pestilence. If anything, there's a very small pestilence. You said how it lulled me into a false sense of security. It was like, let's not spring the event on him for like 2 years. And then just when he thinks it's over and he gets up to like plus 20 stability, bam! We'll hit him with it twice in a row, literally twice in a row, and take him back into the negatives. It's very clever of the game to really fuck with your head like that. You got to admire it in a way. Also, this settlement is rapidly becoming redundant. So let's settle here. Cool. Waste of 6 years, but that's okay. That one was my bad. I should have known Castile would take it. Now I guess the hope is that our dudes, who probably get massive buffs to institution spread, will grab these institutions and then help us get them. That's the hope. My sanity is draining. What we really need to sweeten the deal now is Castile to attack us. Let's get our library. Let's get our temple. Let's get our... Can't really build any more settlements, even though the game says I can, but it's best not to think about it when it does that. Look, it even colours it green. It's green, it's got a little hammer next to it, and it's like, oh yeah, you can totally build this, because if you couldn't build it, then there'd be a little cross on it. You go, oh yeah, cool, where can I build it? Nowhere. Okay, thanks, game. Really useful. I do want to build some stuff. It'd be nice if we could build stuff to increase population growth. But I'm not sure that's even a thing we can do. I think settlements are the only thing that affects it. I mean, there are, like, side things that affect it. So, like, if you go here. Prosperity, cheap food, abundant land, whatever that means. Large food storage. So maybe we should spam granaries. Oh, maybe we should spam granaries. Let's do that. That'll be a good test. And I do mean spam granaries. We need to get our population up. Now I know how this game works. I'm ready for this to fail, take us back into the negatives, and then BAM! Hit us with a 1-2 of that -12 stability event. Again. I'm ready for it, but I'm also ready to be proved wrong if the game's feeling generous. I do like that plus feudalism event. Hey look, it's that -12 stability event. I was wrong, but only in the details. Only in the details. I did it in the other order. I can respect that. I wonder if this is actually affecting population growth. Large food storage plus 0.06. I wonder what it defines as large food storage. Because so far these granaries haven't changed it at all. To be fair though, we are losing food. Cool. Maybe that agricultural boom will help us fill up the province food. Maybe not. You know, I never thought I'd bring myself to do this, but I'm gonna build some irrigation. That's when you know times are hard. Ooh, 0.07. Large food storage in province. It's just the Maya. It's just the Maya. Don't worry about it, it's just the Maya. Now granted, we can't actually get over there to help. Take Choluteca. Choluteca. Oh, this place. Okay, vassals, it's really all on you. Like, I cannot help. Where did you get 7,000 troops from? What the hell, man? Are they mercs? Maybe they are mercs. Hey, cool. Hey, Maya. Shame about that war. Pretty sure he's got military access, so this is probably going to be a little sketchy. Get him, guys. He's taking the land back. Get him. Get him, get him. Nice. Good job, vassals. Don't worry, I'll get you a fair peace deal. Hey Maya, how much money do you make? Actually, not that much. Okay. I was going to take reparations. I think I'd rather kind of F him in the B, though. Get another vassal. That's pretty nice. Now we could hold out for more. But is it the right call? That's the eternal question. Is it the right call? No. Let's take what we can get. Why risk it, eh? Cool. Now, normally I would start handing out multiple provinces to people, but I think I've actually evolved beyond that. I don't want to do it anymore. Cool. Easiest 2 vassals I ever made. Oh, come on. Can you just stop with this fucking event? It's been like 100 years. Well, it hasn't, but it's been like 50 years since the Great Pestilence showed up. Nobody's alive who even knows what the Great Pestilence is. Fine. Cool. Sort of cool. Kind of pissed off about these Great Pestilence events, but that's fine. Shit. My greatest fear has come true. Castile has taken these 2 provinces. These 2 locations. That means he can colonize down here. And, well, I don't really feel comfortable attacking Castile. Is that France? Oh, do you reckon they're going to fight each other? That'd be sick. I'm really worried he's going to settle down here. Nice. Yahara's actually getting quite a lot of feudalism, you know? Just from random events. It's pretty good. I'm gonna let them mess with production methods, because maybe they'll swap like some of our tools to iron and then start importing iron, which would be pretty cool. Also, all those granaries built. And it got us 0.02, which is not great, but it could be worse, eh? Could be worse. Can we build any more? Really try and get that pop growth up as much as possible. Definitely keep that art. It all helps with sweet ass institution growth. Look at that. Small improvements. Which actually makes that event really potent. Like really, really potent. Let's just promote a member of the clergy. And hope that it passes. I really hope he doesn't start settling down here. I think he's going to. Come on, really? Did this fully settle? The old penis province. I think it did. Cool. Let's start settling here with people from the penis province. Awesome. Right, I'll be right back. I am back. Really hoping and praying for a lack of Castile down here. If they do appear there, this whole guarding this side was pointless, sadly. Oh, come on. At a certain point, these negative stability events, I need to, like, keep track of them. Like, how many it does. Because it's out of control. We've had at least, like, minus 200 stability from them so far. At least. Even though the Great Pestilence is not even in our realm. Ah, it sucks, man. You know, one run, I closed the borders, so only 12 of our people died to the Great Pestilence. And I still got hammered by that event over and over and over again. They must have been some real important 12 people. We're back in the negatives. I really thought we were out of it. I really thought we were. Okay. Let's get our markets. I don't think there's anything we can do to help institution growth, really. Trade offices go in other people's land, eh? Oh look, we can put them in our vassals' land. I didn't even realise that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even look what they do. Trade office, trade office. Gives maritime presence, gives trade advantage, gives trade capacity. Wow. Hey, that's actually really good. That's like super good. We should be spamming them as much as we can in all our vassals' territory. Wonder why we can't do it in all our vassals' territory. Maybe you can only do it in towns? Yeah, you can probably only do it in towns. I bet these chodes don't have a town. Nah, they don't. Cool. Nah, but he's got a town, right? So why can't we build one here? Oh, it has to be a port. So it has to be a town on the coast? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, town on the coast. Okay, cool. I wonder if they help with institution growth. Hard to say. I'm kind of torn here, right? I want to make these two into towns. However, they have settlements. Sweet ass settlements. Which is theoretically getting us a lot more people over time. So, if we turn them into towns, they lose the settlement. It's a tricky one. At least I assume they do. Who are the Maya at war with? Castile. But what happened to your friend? Interesting. Hello, John. You're enjoying the restart? Yeah. I was enjoying the restart until our entire population died. And then we got hit by that negative stability event like 20 or 30 times. But it's still going pretty well. It's still going pretty well. As long as Castile doesn't settle down here, which it almost certainly will. Ooh, a new heir. Hey, they're pretty good. Yeah, marry the chief of Guamonti. That'll be cool. Should we spam canoes? Maybe. Trying to see if there's anything else we want to spam. I guess we could build... Well, we don't have much population, that's the thing. Embassy, huh? Don't think I care about those. Mission, huh? Kinda sucks that you can't build missions in friendly locations. They're like one of the few disease resistance buildings you can get early on, but you're just not allowed to build them in your own place. It's like, nah, you can give someone else disease resistance, but not yourself. That'd be crazy. It's weird. Let's build these bridges. And then maybe we should build some roads. I don't think the clergy, the traders are going to build roads. We're kind of running out of stuff to spend money on. At least for now. 16 years, huh? I guess the question is, how much do I care about these settlements? Quite a lot, I think. I think I care about them quite a lot. They're pretty necessary. I really hate this new patch. I really hate it. I think a lot of the changes that they've made are some of the worst possible changes. But you know, you gotta move with the times or whatever. Good. Good. Let's keep pushing down here. Hope that New Spain doesn't decide to come down. Never mind. Here's Castile. Settling at a frankly inhuman rate. Great. I'm starting to think this run might be a wash, you know? There's been too many bad things have happened. My settle up here experiment totally failed. Totally failed. He's seriously settling this entire place. I thought he was settling here. Yeah, no, he's he's immediately decided to settle the place that I am. Great. Yeah, this run might be a wash. Unless we could somehow push Castile off. Somehow. But there's no way. There's no way. We'd need to push back the colonizers, Casus Belli. But by the time we research it, he's not going to be colonizing anymore. Rendering it somewhat redundant. I'm going to try, though. I'm going to try the push back the colonizers. We're going to try and get enough of a spy network to do it before he finishes settling. And if we can do that, we might actually be able to steal, like, quite a bunch of his shit. It just depends. I've never seen it be like... Or I don't see it as being a viable casus belli. I mean, it's really good. Yeah, I don't particularly see us getting 20 spinus before he finishes settling. Because they settle so fast, and it's so hard to actually spy on them. We just need to hope that he doesn't finish settling for the next... I don't know, 8 years? And if that sounds ridiculous, it's because it is. The only way we could increase it would be to make him our rival. Oh, come on. Just when you think it's done with that stupid fucking event, it shows up again. Like, don't forget me. I'm going to make everyone mad, and I'm going to reduce your stability. It's so dumb. Seriously, the worst event in the game. Also, we really need to crack down on these rebels. Thanks to that event, all the commoners are really mad. Even though they've got no reason to be, because the Great Pestilence hasn't been here for like 60 years at this point. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Our air died, but that's not a huge deal. There's that event again. Would you rather have every single person in your country rebel, or pay 100 gold? Pretty cool event if it happened once. Having it happen every 2 to 3 months is actually taking the piss. Hey look, Portuguese succession. Intervene against Castile. I don't think I want to. That war will probably last a while, eh? I want my own special casus belli. Not to be helping out Portugal. No. That's not how we roll. We're gonna get our sweet-ass casus belli and live the dream. Maybe. Depends how his settlement goes. So just to clarify, he decided to settle one province and then stop settling. Which, by the way, means that I cannot use push back the colonizers on him. Because he's not technically colonizing. Which is yet another of the most stupid mechanics they could have possibly implemented. Oh, you want to push back the colonizers? No. I was colonizing yesterday. I'm not a colonizer now. But you've taken all my land. Yeah, but that was yesterday. You want to push back the colonizers. That's not me. I'm not colonizing. It's so stupid. However, he is actually still colonizing down here, so it might still technically work. Every time we get that event, my sanity drops just a little bit more. Just a little bit more each time. Can I build my city yet? Yeah, no. Almost. Age of Reformation, right. Can we please just say that this event has gone away now? It's a whole new age. Let's go with war. Mainly for that attrition bonus. Right, let's get our cool ass city. Apparently not. The price has gone up by 100 since last time I checked. Hey look, we can almost start making our casus belli. Price has gone up by another 100 since I checked. You gotta love it, eh? You know, I thought they were trying to make this game more fun. What the hell is the Eldritch Limaku? Oh, cool. Yeah, burn it. That's fine. You know... you know what's supposed to happen? Eventually, not even that long after, eventually the Great Pestilence is supposed to go, okay, I'm done. And it pops up an event saying, the Great Pestilence is over. Congratulations. Now we can start to rebuild. And it's supposed to happen before the Age of Reformation starts. You know what's not supposed to happen? Getting spammed with this same fucking event for 100 years. It's just not supposed to happen that way. It's really not. And if I sound mad about it or salty about it, it's because I am. Because there's no way to predict, like, you could have the best run ever. The best run ever. You could have, like, a totally great run. You could be doing amazing. And it'll just go, okay, now, for the rest of the game, you're going to have minus 12 stability every 3 months. Enjoy. And there's nothing you can do about it. So you've just got to hope and pray that you're not on the doom path. But anyway, we are on the doom path. Let's see how far we can push it. We're creating the push back the colonizers. I can't wait for it to go, sorry, you're not allowed to actually use that casus belli you created. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it to say that. If there's one thing this game loves to do, it's to make it exceptionally hard as a tribal nation to push back said colonizers. Or even just to try and push them back. Like, fair enough, the war should be difficult, right? And arguably, it should be nigh impossible to win. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is mechanics that make it nigh impossible to even declare war on the colonizers. That's what I have a problem with. And that's what this system does. Now, my point may get disproven, because we are creating a casus belli to do it. So we'll see. But never forget, he could stop that immediately by stopping colonizing and just taking what he's got. Or turning this into a colonial nation. Then I couldn't use the casus belli. If he turns this into a colonial nation, I cannot use this casus belli. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Who the hell are the Kingdom of Makoita? Oh, it's those guys. Cool. We need to attack them at some point. Right, can I build my city? Yes. Cool. We're halfway there, living on a prayer. Now, before we actually declare war, we need to go, hey, Mom Podge, remember how you're cool and all? Well, actually, I kind of want to disable scootage. because they're not going to help us out in this war. And I gave a lot of people scootage. And all we're going to have to attack with is a tiny ass amount of levies. Oh look, they gain Liberty Desire. If I cancel Scootage. They're new. Who the hell are they? Oh, it's this guy. Cool. Two months. Maybe 3 months. And then we're going to use this push back the colonizers. Casus Belli. Because this run is dead anyway. This run is dead. Like, the fact that it's just repeatedly doing that Great Pestilence event, even though we're in the next stage, is a little bit ridiculous, honestly. Like, this should have finished. Also, look. Oh, 70,000 of your people died. That's a real shame. Oh, also, 160,000 of your people died. Which one is it, game? Which one is it? I mean, I know it's the top one. But why doesn't it... Why doesn't it count it there? It's weird, eh? Right. I would like to push back the colonizers. Good luck, friends. He seriously already built a castle? Okay, sure. A Castile. I believe in you, vassals, when no one else would. Is he still at war with Portugal? No. Well, great. I think my main problem with the push back the colonizers, Casus Belli, is the severe lack of urgency that it has. It's got like zero urgency whatsoever. It's like, push back the colonizers. Yeah, they are kind of stealing our land and all, but We should probably go through the official channels over in the old world, which, by the way, we don't even know exists. It's a bit weird. Okay, pretty bad timing for the God Empress to die, but that's alright. Now, I do fully expect us to lose this war. We've got no way of getting over there to actually help. Not that we could help. Even if we wanted to, we don't really have a way to do it. Cool. I was just checking, because in EU4, when you took a province from the colonizers in a pushback the colonizers war, you could burn it to the ground. I guess they got rid of that. It was probably too overpowered. But yeah, you could burn colonies to the ground. It was pretty OP, to be honest. But you know, it was OP in a fair way, I think. The entire war rests on these guys' hands, who are blatantly going to just sit there whilst he takes everything. And then probably run in and get themselves killed, if I had to guess. Cool. Look, I'm pretty sure that's not where I told them to settle. Maybe it is. To Monaco. Hang on. I thought I told... Oh no, I told him to take Tahimi and then changed my mind and decided to go to Monaco, thinking that I might be able to get ahead of the curve, but it turns out I couldn't. Okay, cool. you going to win? Oh, come on. I've actually had enough of this event. Come on. Okay, nice. Good job, guys. Maybe they'll split up their armies. Oh, they're going to chase him down. That'd be sick. Yes, go grab all his stuff. And win the war for us. Who's disloyal? Chorty. But why, Chorty? Why? Who even are you? I don't recognize the name. Doom. Ah, yes, Doom. Classic. Of course, Doom. Sure. Where are you? Oh, it's this guy. Doom, huh? That's pretty cool. It's also pretty cool that these guys are actually ostensibly winning this war. Although, now these guys have shown up, it's probably a lost cause. But I just want to push back the colonizers. If there's one thing you don't want during a war, it's to be relying on the AI to make decisions. Which is exactly the scenario we're in right now. Yes, I know, great pestilence, blah blah blah. Take my gold. You know, I don't know why they're not defending their land. However, it's pretty good. Except that we're never going to get 10 war score. It's just not going to happen. Because even if you push back the colonizers, i.e. take all of their land, it's not going to be enough to get enough war score to actually claim their land, eh? We could take all their land here, and we would not get enough war score to say, oh, by the way, you need to leave. Because you need 10 to make demands. And because it's a stupid show superiority war, there's no ticker or anything. Which means, in a push back the colonizers war, there is no possible way to push back the colonizers. That's what we're learning here. Because we've captured all his stuff down here, except these guys who aren't in the war, so totally shouldn't count. And we've captured a bunch of this. And he's got nothing of ours. And we're at plus 2%. Because his land is not worth anything. So, you know, that's pretty cool. So the game threw me a curveball by actually letting me start the pushback the colonizers' war. Because the game knew full well that there was no possible scenario in which I can actually get enough war score to push back said colonizers. So, you know, that's pretty whack. You need at least 10 war score. The only thing I can think to do, and it's a crazy, crazy thought, but it might work, is build some canoes. It's so crazy it just might work. We'll see. He seems to have kind of stun-locked himself. I think because he's in other wars as well. These canoes are like the only plan I've got. They're not even a very good plan. Look, game, I cut you a lot of slack. I really cut you a lot of slack. A lot of slack is what I cut you. Now, with that being said, could you please explain to me how 50 guys require 1,000 transport capacity? Because to me, I'm just saying, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And it kind of screws up my whole plan of go over here and claim all this crap. I'm really annoyed. The game is literally doing everything it possibly can to piss me off, and it's working. Oh boy, it's working. I love how I've occupied this place, and he just keeps settling, like nothing's happened. To be fair, it did auto-claim it for us, so I'll allow it. But still, it's a bit weird, isn't it? There's no feasible way we win that. Fellas, I thought you were coming to help. I really thought they were coming to help. It really looked like they were coming to help, eh? They made every inclination that they were coming to help. Oh, now you're gonna go get yourselves killed. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize you were waiting for me to lose before you went in. I hate the AI so much. Words can't express the disdain I have for the AI in this game. It is so fucking stupid. It couldn't actually be more dumb. Like this. Oh, he's not doing anything. Let's just sit here, eh? I mean, we could go up here and we could take that. Nah. We could come down here and we could take this. Nah. We could go over here. We could start taking this stuff. Yeah, but why bother? I mean, he's not moving. Why should we move? There's just no way to win wars when your vassals are that intentionally obtuse that they will literally run in and get themselves killed. And when they have the opportunity to do something, they will just go, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to stand still. Now, you could argue that was me getting myself killed. But I was trying to be sneaky. It failed, but I was trying. At least I was trying something. Now the one criticism you can make is that I haven't set them all to aggressive stance. So let's do that. In a shocking twist, they still do fuck all. So that's pretty cool. Right. I'm officially calling this run dead. It's pissed me off too much. Too many things about it have pissed me off. Too many things. It all started early in the run when, for some reason, our auto market just went, I'm not going to trade anything. And I left it for, like, years, not noticing. And then it turned out I had to reload the game for my market to start working. It all started with that, and then it all went downhill. So this run is dead on arrival, sadly. Which is why I thought I'd try this push back the colonizers. You know? And now, I've learnt it's pointless. There's no point doing it. Because in order to successfully push back the colonizers, you would have to go over here, and you would have to start capturing stuff he actually cares about. Otherwise, you're never getting 10 war score. You're just not. It's not going to happen. So, that's great. That's totally great. Kind of annoying. But it's fine. I did learn a lot. I always say, as long as you learn something from a run, it's not a waste. And we did learn quite a lot. I think the key might actually be... Well, it's a tough one. Maybe not to create the vassals until the plague hits. But that's like 100 years. It's more than 100 years. You need a way to defend against the plague. Closing your borders works, but it doesn't save your vassals. Which is why I say you might need to wait until the plague has hit to create your vassals. Because otherwise they do just get nuked by the plague as well. Because they're too dumb to close their borders. So, yeah, maybe you have to keep all your land that you settle. Try and build up just the central province. And then start creating your vassals later. I don't know, it's a tough one. It's a tricky one. I have to give it some thought. But anyway, we're going to call it a day there. I did enjoy this run, despite how frustrated it made me on, like, every possible occasion. You know, the pestilence is still here. There's literally no reason for it to still be here. But it is still here, fucking us over every couple of months. So that's cool. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. Enjoyed seeing my suffering. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And I will catch you later. Adios.